Rich Ramirez died today of natural causes. Goddamn double speed and broke into house. Bunch of people to death wrote shit on their skin and left them. They finally got him and he went to San Quentin. His last murderer was south of San Francisco. A guy named Peter Pan from the town of San Mateo. A little girl in the tenderloin was his first. In a laundry room he took $1 from her fist. His last days were at the Bristol Hotel. I was reading Night Stalker when I went and rang the bell. The doorman buzzed me, said you're just like them all. Gave me a key and a black cat, led me down the hall. Had a flight today from Boston to Cleveland. Got a death in the family, gotta do some grieving. Lost a relative and it's eating me up. And I make them real bad and I need a little love. Rich Ramirez died today of natural causes. These things mark time and make us pause and think about we were kids scared of taps on the window. What's under the bed and what's under the pillow. And the Jim Jones massacre got in our heads. In the TV headlines, Elvis Presley's dead. And the Ayatollah Khomeini hostages. Ronald Reagan died from bullets. While I'm there, I'm gonna stroll through the old neighborhood. Rick stands my age and still lives with his mom when he's not in jail for menacing and stalking and writing bad checks and cocaine charges. Mark Denton had such a beautiful smile. He always sat on his porch, passing the time and drinking a beer and smoking a pack until one day poor Mark had a heart attack. My friend Ben's got a good job as an electrician. His sister married the pool shark Jim Evans. And my next door neighbors whom I love so, and they love me too, but they passed long ago. And if you walk just a few blocks down Stall, there's a house that was the scariest of them all. A cute little pond with a sign for sale, but those sextons kids' life was hell. And I'm telling the truth, and if you don't believe, pick up Lyle Caulfield's House of Secrets. Had a flight from Cleveland to SFO. I got 3 months off until my next show. Gonna spend time with my girl, make a record this summer. Fix my kitchen up and hire a plumber.
So I had been looking for this video for a while, and I couldn't find it. But, you know, my mom called me and said that my uncle was watching Fox News. I know. And was like, oh, I saw Kyle on Jesse Waters' show. And I had other people reach out. Somebody reached out on Kyle and Corin a couple weeks ago. And I swear I looked up, down, left, right. I looked everywhere. I even reached out to Aaron Rupar and asked him, and you know, he took a look and he couldn't find it. Well, I think the reason I couldn't find this clip where Fox News comes after me, I think it's because it actually wasn't Jesse Waters' show. It was The Five, and but it's out there. It's out there. So shout out to, I wish I had the name in front of me. I don't. I apologize for that. But shout out to whichever one of you said to me on Kyle and Corin this week. You super chatted and said, oh, I posted it on the Kyle Klinsky Reddit, and, you know, use that and go ahead and, you know, take a look and do a segment on it. So here we go, baby. Fox News apparently came after yours truly, and let's take a look here, and we'll break it down, and I will react. Here we go.
The lab results are in, and TDS is the leading cause of political breakups in America. New research showing Americans are dumping loved ones over politics at an alarming rate. More than a third say they've lost a friend, family member, or even a partner over politics, with 66% of Democrats saying they're the ones doing the dumping, compared to just 27% of Republicans.
Now, let me just pause to point out, if it was some right-winger who said to them, like, yeah, I dumped my bitch girlfriend because she's a communist and she likes Hassan Piker and she, you know, she wants to take everybody's money and redistribute it equally and she wants to give lazy people support as they don't even work for a living. Like, they would all go, oh yeah, absolutely, right on, brother, go ahead and do that. But God forbid, a liberal or a leftist go, I'm really done with your MAGA bullshit, so I'm moving on. They go, how dare you? It's bigotry, it should be illegal. There's a big hint of that in here. All right, let's continue.
And it's no wonder when you hear the vitriol liberals are marinating in all day.
The Republicans lie about loving America, being patriotic. They lie that they're good with the economy. They lie that they support the troops and they're about national security. They don't.
There's a solid 32% of the public that's out there that are mental, bro. They are deranged. They are demented. They have lost their minds. And they actively want pain and hurt and devastation. And they want evil.
That's not all.
True. By the way, why would you pick this clip? I was being overly kind, bro. Some people would say, Kyle, good ass point, but it's actually 50%, right? Like, I said 32. That's kind as fuck. If anything, I'm like too open-minded here. I'm still too nice to you guys. After all this time, I'm still too reasonable. I'm still too nice. I still have too much hope in humanity. Because basically what I'm saying is like, there's about half the Republicans which maybe can get out of the spell and become more human and less insane. Which again, at this late date, is maybe it's a little higher than that. That's unsalvageable.
Time TDS offer Mark Hamill posting on Blue Sky this disgusting image of President Trump in a grave. The White House calling the washed-up Star Wars actor a, quote, sick individual. He has since deleted the post and says this, quote, actually, I was wishing him the opposite of dead, but apologize if you found the image inappropriate. And the left's new rising star is doing his best to add to the division. The Nazi-tatted guy who wants to be the next senator from Maine, Graham Plattner, calling Republicans fascists.
That's literally just factual. And as I keep pointing out, if Plattner was actually a Nazi, you guys would be glazing him. You guys would be supporting him. You guys would be on the front lines arguing for him. That's how you know. That's how you know he's not a Nazi, okay? Also, I love how you're calling him a Nazi, but then you play a clip of him railing against fascists. But Nazis are fascists, so clearly he's anti-fascist, he's anti-Nazi. They're just so fucking try-hard. This is embarrassing.
Multiple paths in front of us. One of them is very clear. That is the path of fascism. It is the path of bigotry and hatred, of racism and xenophobia. That is not an option.
This kind of reminds me, Greg, yesterday, what you were talking about with Jessica. Why do you care if I like Donald Trump?
I mean, well, first, like, Hamill's image would be meaningless if you didn't have such a connection between rhetoric and action on the left-wing side. If they didn't act on this stuff, it would be just another inflammatory thing. We all do that, but unfortunately, they lead the league in violent political acts.
That is just factually, objectively untrue. There is no empirical data to support what he's saying. It's the opposite. It's actually right-wing political violence is way, way more common than left-wing political violence. It's like when they do there's so many trans shooters, then you look it up and it's like 4, right? You're like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? That's nothing compared to what right-wingers do and what, like, crazed, unbalanced, mentally ill young men do. Like, what are you talking about? They've built this fantasy land where, like, we're all that's evil and they're all that's good. Meanwhile, look at what their pedophile, rapist, war criminal president is doing. He's carpet bombing little girls in Iran. He's bombing steel plants and roads and bridges and hospitals. He's looting the treasury right in front of our eyes. He's protecting pedophiles. He's building ICE concentration camps and destroying constitutional rights. And where the problem? It's left-wing violence? Are you kidding me? What a sick joke. He barely opened his mouth and he's already proving to me why, if anything, I was too nice in my segment.
It's funny, in politics there are two things. There's the message and there's the package. Trump happens to be both together. What you see is what you get. With Democrats, they've always had to kind of like find a package to hide the message. Joe Biden, old statesman, old white guy, hide the radicalism.
Joe Biden's a radical! In other words, we're playing hide the ball. They're being open and honest and upfront. Well, first of all, even if you were being open and honest and upfront, that doesn't make fascism good. That doesn't make Nazism good. That doesn't make far-right stupidity good. In fact, there's something extra gross about the fact that you don't even feel the need to try to hide how disgusting you guys are, right? Second of all, no, we're actually wearing our heart on our sleeve here. And see, this is what happens when we actually start to tell the truth and tell them how we really feel. Then they start crying and whining and bitching and moaning. Because there's no hide the ball here. I just told you. I think 32% of the country is fucking mental. I think they're done. I think they're gone. I think it's over. I think they basically need to be in straitjackets and they need to take Thorazine and they need to be forcibly deconverted from their death cult, their terrorist imperialist death cult. Okay, I'm telling you how I feel. Ain't no hide the ball here, bitch. I told you how I felt. What are you doing? You're crying on Fox News about it. Embarrassing.
It's really hard. The packaging with him is the message. I mean, what has he said that mirrors the modern progressive? He said he was a super Antifa super soldier.
Based.
He said he has advocated for political violence, get a gun, and he says Hamas are heroic.
Can I get some more specifics, please? By the way, he was in the military. By definition, that's political violence, which means everybody on Fox News supports political violence, as long as it's organized state violence and it's directed at little girls in Iran, right? What kind of violence has Plattner advocated for? He was in the military. Yes, that's organized political violence. But what kind of, rogue political violence has he advocated for? And by the way, I'm sure if he did advocate for it at any point in time, it would be fucking reasonable, right? It would be fucking reasonable. Have these people ever stopped to wonder, for example, why when Luigi Mangione killed the United Health CEO, the public reacted like they did? Are they deeply incurious about that? Did they just not care as to why there was like this outcry of joy at somebody getting murdered? You would think that would make people stop and go, huh, maybe we need to do some systemic reevaluation and change the way things work because this is untenable. You're going to celebrate when somebody gets killed like that? Strange. Why would you do that? Well, it's because that guy is a mass murderer. That's why. Because he's, he was leading a system that was rejecting countless claims. United Health was the worst, by the way. They rejected the most claims, which means a lot of people didn't get the care that they needed and they died. Or they went bankrupt trying to get the care. So everybody has a story of using this healthcare system with people dying, people getting killed, and feeling like this should be illegal. And then you got some guy who's making millions and millions of dollars at the head of that system, acting like it's okay. No, it's organized systemic violence. It's routine violence. It's the violence of poverty. It's the violence of exploitation. It's corporate capitalist violence. And you would think a smart person would go, let's reevaluate the system when that happens. But no. Instead, let's shove our head in the sand and say, oh, you guys support political violence and that's unacceptable. Fuck you, you support political violence. You support the violence that gets people killed all day, every day with the private criminal health insurance system. Fuck you, Jesus Christ.
Fighters. It is the reason why they don't care about the Nazi thing is because they like the other stuff. Yeah. So that's totally correct. The difference between Dems and Republicans come down to one thing. They apply moral value to political preference. And that would make sense if your political party praised Hitler or protected murderers and sex fiends.
That's literally what the Republicans are doing. Oh my God. How many stories have we had of young Republican group chats where they are praising Hitler? Elon Musk, Zig Heiling, fucking goose-stepping, Stephen Miller, a Jewish Nazi. Yes, you guys not only praise Hitler, but you are also protecting pedophiles. So you're right, like, the things you're saying are real. It just applies to you and not to Democrats. And yes, Democrats believe in universal health care and free college and a living wage and ending the wars and a Green New Deal and taxing the rich and ending the corruption and all these good things. And that is morality, right? Like, that's what morality is. You guys are immoral. That's what you are.
It's not the Republicans, but they've always compared Republicans to some kind of existential threat.
Because you are.
They've done it with climate change. They've done it with compassion. They do it with Trump. That allows them to label us as amoral. But we know, and Harold would agree, Republicans are not evil. We have a different path to the pursuit of happiness and serenity in people's lives. Safety.
No, it is immoral to actively support the illegal carpet bombing and triple tapping of a little girl's school in Iran. That's immoral. That's evil. Doesn't matter how many different ways you try to spin it. It is immoral and it is evil to support the bombing of fishing boats off the coast of Venezuela. Trump's killed 180 people. Greenlighting bombing of random fishing boats, dinghy fishing boats. Okay? That's immoral. That's evil. It's immoral and it's evil when you increase drone strikes 400% and kill massive numbers of civilians. It's immoral and it's evil when you do an illegal war of aggression against a country that didn't attack us, multiple countries that didn't attack us. It's immoral and it's evil when you fully embargo the country of Cuba and try to starve them to death to try to force regime change. That's immoral. That's evil. It's immoral and it's evil to pardon a guy who laundered money for Al-Qaeda because that guy got involved in a corrupt business deal with you where he bought your world liberty tokens. That's immoral. That's evil. Okay? I can go on here, but I don't need to. You get the point. This man is immoral. This man is evil. It's not amoral. You guys are immoral. It's not, we just have a different view. No. You're immoral. You're evil. That's what you are. You don't care about the fact that you actively you kicked 18 million people off of Medicaid. You took away 18 million people's health care. That's evil. People will die as a direct result of what the fuck you did. You guys all cheered on Elon Musk as he cut USAID, which has now led to millions of deaths because people don't get their malaria medication. They don't get their HIV medication. There's a massive Ebola outbreak because you destroyed the Ebola preparedness and the teams that were to address that. That is evil. You are evil. When you cut Meals on Wheels, that means people starve. That is evil. You are evil. When you cut pediatric cancer research after it's been proven that we have potential cures, that is evil. You are evil. We're not doing this thing anymore where it's like, what is moral? What is immoral? We just have a different idea. No, you're fucking evil. You're fucking immoral. Own the consequences of your fucking actions. Own it. Don't fucking run away from it. Don't pretend like it's okay. I just have a different conception of what makes sense. No. In no world is it okay to triple tap a little girl's school. In no world is that okay. Then Marco Rubio had the nerve to come out the other day and say, it's illegal what they're doing in shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, now you want to talk about legality? Now you want to talk about legality. After you waged an illegal war against a country that didn't attack us, it wasn't a threat to us, and you bombed schools and hospitals. Now you care about what's legal? Shut the fuck up. We don't trust you. We don't like you. We think you're stupid. We think you're dumb. We think you are the classic example of the banality of evil. You think nothing of it. Like, oh yeah, I just support Trump, and what's so bad about that? Meanwhile, that's no different than being like, yeah, I support Hitler. What's the problem? What's the issue there? It's the banality of evil. Yes, otherwise regular people can get themselves to get up in the morning, put on their clothes, and go be a guard at a motherfucking concentration camp. Okay? You're actively supporting ICE concentration camps. You are just as evil as the fucking Nazis are. 100%. No doubt about it. You just don't see it that way because you are blinded by American supremacism. Oh, we can't be that bad. Why? Because we're us. I'm me. Do you not understand that? I'm me. So I'm okay because I'm me and I mean well. And so I don't think of myself as bad. Therefore, I can be as bad and evil as I want, and it doesn't count because I think I'm good and because I mean well. And so I'm allowed to do all these things, and it's different. But that's the thing, it's not. Every fucking evil empire throughout history has always told themselves, we're special, we're different, we're spreading the right values. The fuck you are. The fuck you are. It's a fucking joke.
I don't care that you hate Trump. Why should you care that I like him?
Because he's basically new Hitler. That's why. It's like liking Netanyahu. He's new Hitler. Like, these are new Hitler. These are people who they only want death, they only want destruction, they only want to self-enrich, they only want the worst for their enemies. These are not serious people. These are evil people. There's a black void at the center of this man. This is not like, hey, I like vanilla ice cream, you like chocolate ice cream. Who cares? This is not like that. This is way, way deeper than that. This is about human values. Don't pretend like this is not a big deal. It's a huge deal.
Would be because he's evil. He's like a Nazi.
Correct.
Well, this is where the whole thing falls apart.
Does it?
What does that mean to me if I'm your Republican friend who voted for Trump? That you would believe I would support a Nazi? We've been friends for years. I've been through this.
He has no idea about the banality of evil. That book, Ordinary Men, read the book Ordinary Men, and it gets into this. Otherwise normal people who end up supporting the biggest atrocities, the worst things imaginable. Yes, it turns out somebody can smile in your face and shake your hand and share a pasta dinner with you and talk about the score of the game, but fundamentally, they're party loyalists and they're okay with all sorts of atrocities. And that's what you guys are. Look, maybe you would have had an argument if it was just 2016 Trump. People voted for Trump in 2016. Maybe they thought, hey, I think he's going to keep my jobs here. I think Hillary's going to outsource the jobs. I think he's going to raise my wages. I think Hillary's not going to. I think maybe he's saying more anti-war things than Hillary. I don't want wars. In 2016, maybe you had an argument. By 2020 and 2024, shut the fuck up. You know exactly what this man is about. Exactly. You don't get to do, oh gosh golly, who could have known he would do all these evil things? Shut the fuck up. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Everybody sees it.
You have to realize that's illogical, because how were we friends for 10 or 20 years and now you found out I was a fascist? How did that happen? Yeah. You knew I was a right-winger in the 80s, in the 90s, and now all of a sudden you're like, oh, I can't be seen with him. So the key moment of in the self-realization of a liberal should be, if your dad loves Trump and you love your dad, shouldn't you maybe question whether your dad doesn't love a Hitler figure, and therefore maybe Trump is not a Hitler figure? And that flaw in your thinking should put into question the reliability on your filter on your life, that this thing is not working. It's not translating. If I love my dad and my dad voted for Trump, but I think Trump is Hitler, there's something wrong with my logic. Your dad is not a Nazi lover. This is why they break off relationships, because when they run into those people that they like and they love, it calls into question that filter.
Here's the thing. The issue is, at no point in the past decade plus did you stop and go, wait, hold on, I can't support this. This is crazy. At no point, there was not a single point that you stopped and went, this one goes too far for me. And think about the number of things we've seen. Just take the beginning of Trump's second term. They cut pediatric cancer research. They cut NOAA and the National Weather Service, so our weather forecasting is worse, and some people have died because of that when there were flash floods, okay? Meals on Wheels was cut. The CFPB was cut. That's the anti-corporate cops, where if you're going to get, defrauded by big financial institutions, they're the ones that are going to come in and save the fucking day. That was destroyed by Elon and by Trump. They cut the nuclear safety officials. They cut FEMA, the Department of Education. They fired 83,000 veterans. They cut 50% of the Social Security offices. They fired 250,000 public workers. At no point, they got rid of all the food safety inspectors. The air traffic controllers, the scientific research was cut. The medical research was cut. Like, at no point did you look at any of this and go, I'm against that. At no point. There was nothing Trump has ever done that made you go, you know what? A little bit too far. You know what? Randomly deciding on a Tuesday to go murder Qasem Soleimani, who was no threat to us whatsoever and was fighting ISIS on the ground. I think that was kind of unnecessary. I don't think we probably should have done that. I think at no point, all the fucking coups, all the wars, all the tax cuts for the rich, all the raising taxes on regular people, all the kicking people off healthcare, all the hundreds of thousands of jobs being outsourced, at no fucking point. Nothing he said, nothing he did, nope. And that's why you guys are disgusting, is that clearly it's a cult. You work backwards from your conclusion. I like this guy, and therefore, I will justify and rationalize no matter what. That's why it's unacceptable, okay? We all have people around us who've been around us or in the family or friends who ended up being Trump supporters. I'm like, yeah, we manage it and we deal with it. But the fact of the matter is, at this point, we are fucking judging you. And if anything, we were too lenient for too long. We should have been judging you harder for a longer amount of time. Okay? And you don't like it. You don't like it that the chickens are coming home to roost. You don't like it that history is catching up to where we are. And that's the thing, right? Is that history is the harshest judge, bro. It's the harshest fucking judge. And so in the same way, you had people part of the Nazi party back in the day. You look at those pictures now from back then, you go, oh, how did people fall for that? You will be looked at the exact motherfucking same. And if you can't handle that, that's a you problem. That's not a me problem. It's not an us problem. That's a you problem. We're just acknowledging it in real time. We're just bringing it up to your face now. If anything, you should listen to us because we're trying to fucking help you. Get the fuck out of the cult and actually grow a conscience and actually stand for morality.
Asking a lot of them to use logic because they're not obviously using it. They're using emotion, and Trump, for some reason, makes them so emotional. They're breaking up marriages, Jillian.
Honestly, breaking up marriages over politics is the most relatable thing of all time. How can you be with somebody if you don't share the same core values? That makes no sense to me. How can you be with somebody if your idea of right and wrong is polar fucking opposite? How can you be with somebody who's bigoted, right? I mean, what do you talk about? What do you talk about? We're just going to fucking talk about the weather all day? Is that what you're going to do? So yeah, they don't like it now that there's social consequences for what they've done for the past decade. But you know what? You guys were the one who came out and puffed your chest out and said, fuck around and find out, bro. We don't care about your liberal feelings. Give me those liberal tears. You can't say that. You can't believe that. And then all of a sudden, when we start saying, yeah, bro, like, we agree. We're done with you. Like, we want nothing to do with you. Here's our liberal tears. Like, we're just going to go ahead and walk away and do something else now because you're disgusting. You can't then go, well, I demand that you come back here and befriend me. Go fuck yourself. So, they're going to cry, they're going to whine, they're going to bitch, they're going to moan. But deep down, it's because they know we're right. It's because they know we're right. It's because this isn't just a disagreement anymore. This isn't just a disagreement. Like, you can't, we just have a disagreement on who counts as human, right? Like, no, fuck that.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now.
Fact, fantasy, and history have come together to tease the imagination.
Yo. What up, y'all? What's going on? What are you guys talking about? What's up, Andriticus? What's up, Present Radio? Glad to see you. I'm happy you're here. Jay Sledge, what's going on? How's it going? Nice to see you. Dakin the Radish, La Radish, De Radish. What's going on? Happy to see you. Too old? What's going on? Happy to see you. Hey, Purple Perp, resubscribing to Primin. Nice. Thanks, bro. Done. I won't let you down. I mean, it was free, but even still, I will not make you regret the opportunity cost of using your Prime sub here. Thank you. What's going on? Where was I? Two cars. Hey, what's going on? What's up? How you doing? Fargo? Slurping? Slurping? Mid-aughts, I would get like alt rock bangers that hadn't been heard in a while, like sort of like forgotten alt rock bangers. They used to play that Stone Temple Pilots song at like 1 in the morning, and then dance floor would fucking crush it, like shit like that. But I did that with Sex and Candy for a minute, and I played it on the radio, and she yelled at me. She was like, "That's too popular." Yeah, my college radio days, that was sick because I got to skip the line because I was in the law school. So everybody else had to start off and do like AM radio on the state, like on campus. You had to do like 2 years of that, and then you could get like a guest spot on the, KXLU. KXLU is a big station. A lot of people listen to that. But I just got to walk right into it. It was great. But I was there by myself, so I'd have to play like if I had to go to the bathroom, I'd have to put on like a Godspeed song. I'd put on like a 20-minute Godspeed song and go to the bathroom and like fucking, hit the one hitter in the bathroom. It was sick. Yeah, that was the one rule. We couldn't play anything mainstream. That was literally the one rule. You could play whatever you wanted, it just couldn't be anything mainstream. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It was on Much Music a lot for a short period of time. We can get DJs to volunteer all the time in Kalamazoo. I know. I was telling Eloise she should try to go down to one of the like Evanston or one of those other. I forget what school has the station. I know Northwestern has one, and there's some other school that has one. If you start interning in high school, you can walk right into it. I mean, you don't like make any money or anything, but I did, I got to give away concert tickets. So I would, I would cheat for my friends. Like, okay, I'm going to do caller number 3 at, 4 a.m. or whatever. So if you guys just call, you'll be the third caller. One time I tried that, and then my friend called, and he was caller number 2 and 4. The third guy got the tickets. One of the last independent stations we had WFMU at Fordham, where I went to undergrad, which was also, I think it might not be anymore, but at the time it was like the most listened to NPR station in the country. So they had like a bunch of tote bag MFs that didn't go to school there would come in and do all the DJ slots, and none of the college kids got to do it. It fucking sucked. But KXLU wasn't like that. It was a meritocracy. Then I got to cheat. I'm trying to find a playlist to put on. Okay. Anyway. The Columbia radio station? Nice. I forget what station that was. I think that... I don't remember the Columbia. Wasn't the Columbia one was pretty artsy though, wasn't it? Yeah, Fordham Radio, and it sucked. That's the other thing. So it was WFMU. It was all these like boomers would come in and pick the music, and they all sucked. They all had shitty taste, and we played crappy music. We didn't play anything good. It wasn't college radio. It was NPR. It sucked. KXLU had like a 25-year-old girl with like nose piercing was the the program director. It was cool. Jazz, and yeah, they did. I mean, there's a lot of people listen to it because it would be, the whole commuter path, the whole northern commuter trail. You could get it. And now again, back before you could stream music, right? It was important to have a good radio station. I don't know what I want to start with. I need to work my way up. I'm gonna go off in it a little bit. Some shit. I kind of want to watch the. I want to get warmed up again. Let's watch Krystal. You don't watch Krystal go after the guy from fucking J Street? It's kind of long. I don't know if we'll make it all the way through, but I feel like that's... I try to not do more than one Breaking Points video a day, even though they frequently have many good videos. But this one's long. Maybe I'll play some Joan Osborne deep cuts in the background.
What I like about this show is that we have an audience of kind of watch.
When I worked at the radio station, we were allowed to use the money like a slush fund, whoever we wanted to bring. We got Lightning Bolt to come. Oh, nice. Yeah, we got to do that for like the senior festival thing. Like every year at the end of the year, we got to like book bands to come play. I forget who we had. One year we had some good bands though. We had Jadakiss one year. That was really fun. Yeah, they don't even do pirate radio anymore though, huh? Pirate radio was a big deal in like the 80s and 90s, especially in the UK, right?
Washington insiders that watches it pretty religiously.
How much does Lightning Bolt charge?
A ton of people outside of Washington who just kind of want the news but are interested in politics. And so I think the guest that we have today is somebody who
transmitting, that was like that was like KXLU's AM station. It was just campus.
For people outside of Washington
and like the immediate
probably not
area
familiar. So we wanted to have him on to talk about
they became podcasts
kind of in the political firmament now, because this was an organization that was founded
I mean, I used to make enough to pay rent DJing a couple times a month, so we need to get to that. This
2008 as both pro-Israel and pro-peace. And right after it was launched, Netanyahu.
Yeah, but I mean, you just stream
They
now
came out hard against
legally,
that
invasion,
and
then
there was
anybody
a massive
anywhere
amount
can
of
tune in.
pushback, But it
you don't have to be in the neighborhood.
Its mission at the time
King
was to
Gizzard
create
and the
space
Lizard
for
Wizard?
Democrats to say, I don't.
They seem
think
like they'd
that
be expensive.
Netanyahu should be. It actually wasn't Netanyahu.
Yeah, Fordham was like a
2008,
regular
it?
station. It was
I
like
don't
a
think
pro
Israel should be
station.
attacking Gaza at this moment, without being called, Israel haters or anti-Semitic. It created this space for them, and Jeremy was kind of a perfect person to be able to do that because of a lot of different things. But one of them is his crazy family story. Maybe we can talk a little bit about that with him. But his great-grandfather or great-great-grandfather left Russia.
Jadakiss got 3
under
babies.
persecution
I mean, in the
1882.
Bronx. Yeah, I'm sure he does.
Comes to what was then Palestine, mandatory Palestine. And we can put up EX1, I think it is. His family's part of this like iconic 1909 picture of an auction. They're auctioning off the land.
Oh, wow.
It becomes Tel Aviv. His father, according to family lore, born in 1911, then becomes the first baby born in Tel Aviv.
Really?
His father then goes on to join Irgun, which is this paramilitary terror organization that helps to found Israel. Afterwards, they moved.
I need to
back
just
to
like
the United
make a
States,
playlist
moved to the United
for
States.
songs to use on my
Jeremy's born in the United
TikToks.
States. So that's the family legacy that he's got. And despite all of that, last week or maybe the week before, the Israeli ambassador to
annoyed by this
Washington called J Street a cancer.
Oh, wow.
On the Jewish community.
And basically called Jeremy and Bernie Sanders fake Jews.
Fake Jews. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And so Jeremy Ben-Ami, executive director of J Street, is joining us today. Jeremy, thanks so much for being here. Did I get any of the family lore wrong?
Does that affect your opinion one bit? I read Stalin now to a few dozen people. Yeah.
I'll tell you a really
that's
funny
where
story,
we're
which
at.
is that picture that you showed, right? It's about 60 families standing on the beach wearing their Eastern European, finest clothing in the heat, right? And there's a reunion 100 years later in Tel Aviv of the descendants of those families. And it's really sort of neat. There were 2,000 people, and under every flag for the name of a family, the families gathered. We had a big reunion. And I make the rounds to the different families, and it turns out that every single family thinks that their grandparent
In the
was
Bronx?
the first kid born in Tel Aviv. So like every
That's where I went to
family has
undergrad.
this lore that turns out, it couldn't possibly be true, but he was among the first kids born.
Yeah. And I think the Jewish population in 1911 of Palestine at the time was
I went to undergrad in New York and
10%. So
law school in
not
LA
that
and
many
Chicago.
families there at the time. So this is like the heart of the birth of Israel. So what was it like to be called by the Israeli ambassador?
Now I have loans
as
no
a
honest
cancer,
man can pay.
just recently. And what's like? Why do you think they said that? And what's your response to it?
Well, look, I mean, we're dealing with this ambassador, we're dealing with a prime minister, we're dealing with a government in Israel that is made up of the most loathsome people who have perverted the idea of what it should be to have a national homeland of the Jewish people. They have perverted the ideals of the country. They have perverted Jewish identity. As you said, they, attack Reform and conservative Jews as dogs. I mean, literally that happened in the Knesset last week.
Pig dogs?
So this is so much
Did he call them
more
pig
about
dogs?
these people than it is about
It's
me,
Stalinist
than it is
Twitch
about
staff
J
that gave
Street.
me partner. I know,
The type
right?
of person that I represent in this country is really the mainstream of American Judaism, right? Not Orthodox, not highly religious, connected to Israel, but really critical of Netanyahu, doesn't think this government is representing at all
That's right.
what it means to put Jewish ideals into practice. So the problem isn't
Right
J Street.
beforehand.
The problem is a government that would send a man as a diplomat to Washington, D.C., who calls the Jewish critics of the state of Israel cancer. That's the problem.
Cancer, and as I said before, effectively accused you and Bernie Sanders of being fake Jews for disagreeing.
The sponsor is not a Jew, said
with some of the
Israeli
actions
ambassador.
of the Israeli government. They did make a point, though, that I wanted to ask you about, which is, they said you're actually not respecting the democratic will of the Israeli people. And, you know, Netanyahu, he's not a one-off. He's been prime minister there for how many years? What, like 18 out of the last 19 years or something like that, or 16 out of the last 17. If you look at polling of Israelis on Gaza, on Iran, you have a large majority of Israeli Jews who say, yes, we're down with complete ethnic cleansing. You have a majority who say that we should actually, we're good with killing every single man, woman, and child within Gaza. You have a majority that's in favor of expelling even the Palestinians who are living within Israel. So it doesn't seem to me like Netanyahu is an outlier in Israel at this point. It seems like he is reflective of the population there and, you know, what they want to see.
Well, there's huge problems with
if their elections are like ours, there's not a lot of democracy.
Organizationally, and I personally, obviously, disagree.
It wasn't thermite.
Vehemently with some of the things that the majority of Israeli Jews at this moment would say to a pollster they believe in. But the idea that somehow you don't have the legitimacy and you're not allowed to argue with majority opinion, I mean, that is just a very quick road to hell, right? I mean, if the only thing that you're allowed to do is whatever it is the dear leader and the majority.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I'm just pushing back on the idea that it's like Netanyahu and this government that's solely the problem, given where public opinion is and how mainstream
he wants to promote that.
Oh, it's much more nuanced than that. I mean, I do believe that
there's one way of putting it, I guess.
Government of Israel after the elections that are coming up this fall. 75% of Israelis disapprove of Bibi Netanyahu as prime minister. So, you know, you're going to see him.
I mean, it's hard to say, but it seems like they're attacking him from the right, largely, his opponents. But this guy's going to try to obscure that, I'm sure. It's not like they're saying, oh, we need to get back to the fucking two-state, path to two-state or whatever. They're like, he needs to kill more of them.
Government. The question is, will the opposition be able to come together because they are left, right, and center, Arab, Jewish, I mean, they're all over the map, and will they be able to form an alternative government because it's a crazy parliamentary system? But I believe there will be a different government. I believe that government will reverse some of the really worst things that this government is doing. But this new government, even if it is led by somebody from the center right instead of the extreme right, is going to be nowhere near a J Street position, and we're still going to have arguments with the Israeli government over occupation, over settlements, over treatment of Palestinians, over human rights.
Really?
All of these things that are core to the center of American Jewish opinion will not be central.
To exactly. They're mad he's not doing it better.
Really a change in leadership that takes us way to the other end of the spectrum.
Last month, you guys came out in favor of ending American subsidies for weapons to Israel, both quote-unquote offensive and quote-unquote defensive. For many, many years of J Street's history, even conditioning aid was kind of, there was a big internal fight, and I don't know when you first came around to the position of the aid ought to be conditioned. You tell me when that was. What happened internally, or what happened personally or politically that got you from that point where you were pushing back hard against even conditioning aid to a place where now we shouldn't have any subsidies for weapons for Israel?
So J Street is inherently a political organization, right? We are going to try to move the center of the political debate. We're not going to be the folks pulling at the edge of the Overton window. That's not our role. And I think we can talk about how change works on a whole variety of issues, but there's always people who play a little bit more of an inside game and a little bit more of an outside game. And we are a DC lobby, right? And we're going to try to build support for the things that we stand for. In the late 2010s already, in our 2019 presidential candidate forum at our national convention, it was the fall of 2019, we had the Pod Save the World guys on our stage questioning the Democratic candidates for president about their willingness to start imposing restrictions on aid to Israel. So we have made it a point over the course of our entire existence to try to push the envelope on these debates. And the discussion of restrictions on arms in the 2019-2020 window, that was a first within the Democratic Party. We were pushing the envelope there. And then over time, we got to start to have, let's say, in the course of the Gaza war, discussions that began to be not about restrictions, but about conditioning aid, and backing for the joint resolutions of disapproval, which really get the ire of the Israeli ambassador against Senator Sanders, supporting Senator Van Hollen as he tried to insist that critical elements of the Foreign Assistance Act and the Arms Export Control Act and the Leahy Act, they need to be enforced against Israel, because we have provided a blank check to Israel throughout the entirety of the U.S.-Israel relationship. And to no one else in the world do we provide a blank check. The other thing that we do is we provide diplomatic immunity. We say to Israel, no matter what you do, even if you're violating international law and some international body wants to then censor you based on the international law, we will veto it at the UN Security Council, or we will defund UNESCO, or we will do anything we can to provide diplomatic immunity. So for the entirety of J Street's existence, pretty much, we have said there shouldn't be a blank check and there shouldn't be diplomatic immunity. The specifics have changed as the debate has evolved over these last 20 years, and we got to the point now where we can firmly say Israel should just be treated like every other country. It's a wealthy first world country. It doesn't need our taxpayer subsidies. It's time to end that, and it's time to enforce our laws. That's the position that we take, and it's a natural evolution of everything we've stood for.
Jeremy, one of the reasons I really wanted to meet you and get your thoughts is because it seems to me from the outside that actually J Street's sort of position in the political firmament has shifted post-October 7th, and I'll tell you what I mean by that. To your point, I do think J Street has kind of pushed the envelope and created a lot of space for Democrats to have some critique of the Israeli government. And, I say this as someone I ran for Congress unsuccessfully back in 2010. But J Street was important for me as someone who was coming relatively fresh to understanding Israel and Palestine, looking at those positions and saying, oh, okay, this is a more moral lens that I can use to view this conflict as I'm figuring out who I am and where I am politically on this issue. Ryan, of course, has written a profile of you a number of years back where he got a great quote from Ben Rhodes about the impact of J Street and helping to get the Iran deal passed, which I do not think would have passed successfully under the Obama administration without J Street's aid and assistance. We can put, this is EX2 up on the screen. Ben Rhodes said that J Street was one of the most effective organizations that supported the Iran deal because they had a large grassroots network, growing clout on the Hill. In addition to their advocacy, their membership also stepped up to help several members of Congress who lost AIPAC support because of the deal. So I think politically, very important there. And as you said, have been sort of pushing the envelope in what is acceptable in the Overton window with regard to critique of Israel. You also, I know, defended Ryan from charges of baseless charges of anti-Semitism at one point. But now we're at a point where the Democratic base has really shifted. And, sort of across the board, whether you're a centrist, whether you're moderate, whether you're a Jew, whether you're a Christian, you have an overwhelming majority that say this is a genocide. You have an overwhelming majority that say not only should we not be providing aid, we shouldn't be selling these weapons at all. In fact, we think we should be sanctioning Israel. So now it seems that J Street's position vis-a-vis the Democratic base has become more aligned with the status quo on Israel than with pushing the vanguard. And I wonder, first of all, feel free to dispute any characterization of that, but I am curious how you're viewing that shift in the Democratic base and what it means in terms of J Street's positioning in the political firmament.
Well, I do think you're laying out exactly the
we need socialism to even get an Overton window.
Years with the war in Gaza in particular, and I think the level of anger at the Israeli government, at the IDF over what was done in Gaza, the anger
COVID
at
in
what
prison
is being, allowed, if not encouraged, on the West Bank, the push by Netanyahu to get us into this awful war, and then what's happening in Lebanon. I mean, the anger is understandable, and it is going to be, as with most anger, focused mainly on how do we demonstrate our anger and how do we punish those who are doing things we don't like done. I think where J Street is going to probably just take a different path is, at the end of the day, our interest in all of this is
fast genocide, slow genocide.
We want to focus on
the political
solutions, not
spectrum.
on sort of how do we demonstrate our anger.
Dink.
And the
What up,
only
dude?
way out of this war, this ongoing 100-year conflict between Palestinians and Jews, is a political resolution of their underlying conflict. And so J Street's always going to center that. We're going to center, how do we get these two peoples to stop killing each other? What is the way out of this? Because the 7 million Palestinians who live between the river and the sea aren't going anywhere, and the 7 million plus Jews who live between the river and the sea aren't going anywhere. They're going to have to figure out a way to live together. We can discuss whether or not there's any hope of there ever being sort of one democratic state with equal rights for all. I don't see that as a realistic possibility. Others like, Peter Beinart and others in my world,
I mean, I just saw a poll, 44% of American Jews under 35.
Drawn between a state that is a state for the Palestinian people, a state of Palestine, and a state that is the state of Israel that provides a national home for the Jewish people. So we will be focused, I think, as J Street, a little less on the sanctions and boycotts and divest and punishing to build the pressure on Israel, and more on how can we lay out a pathway to actually resolve this underlying conflict so that both peoples can start to have a future that kids can live for.
Okay, but you can't do that without any enforcement mechanisms, without any way to like rein them in and recognize, and the world has to recognize. I mean, not gonna say the world, because I think the world already does recognize, right? It's the powers that be who are controlling the purse strings and the ideological fervor. They are the ones who have to have accountability if we're going to do any change at all. You can't just let them keep doing it and be like, oh, we're just trying to move the conversation away from that or whatever. No, like, this has to be made an example of. It has to be recognized that you can't just fucking genocide a group of people and then steal their land. That should be fairly obvious, but I guess paycheck, convince guy if his paycheck depends on it. I have another point to make. Because he's a lobbyist. That's why. Yeah, he's paid to muddle the issue and make it seem like this lovey-dovey, like, oh, we're just trying, but there's all these chuds who are fucking it up. Like, that's what he wants you to walk away from this conversation. He knows this audience. He knows who he's talking to. Like, he's trying to put it out there in such a way where it's get your eyes off the target and kind of put you onto this, like, path of least resistance that entails ignoring all the fucking crimes and, somehow rubber stamping their ability to continue doing it in such a way that allows them to continue obscuring the reality of it, right? Because this guy doesn't want any kind of actual accountability or recognition or, oversight of this project. Of course not.
Rather than die for, and that's the tragedy of this.
They're 9/11. It was like 8 9/11s.
Exactly what's needed to come to some sort of a...
Exactly. They feel emboldened because the world is not doing anything about it, right? That's what's emboldening them, just like the Iron Dome, the same concept. People try to make that distinction between defensive weapons. You don't have that distinction. If you are able to attack your neighbors and then hide behind your defensive weapons, same thing, right? Same thing politically. If you are able to be I don't want to use the term, but do political terrorism or whatever you want to call it, like the stuff they do at the UN, right? With the Trump rubber stamping it and the way they're able to use their media fucking, empire to set the narrative. They keep doing it because they keep getting away with it and they keep being rewarded for it,
an actual resolution. I mean, we have the model of South Africa. South Africa was also an ally.
Yeah.
It's very uncomfortable. Reagan resisted for
just
a long time.
Just going to keep thinking and doing, so I don't know what you want me to...
apartheid regime. But ultimately, the sanctions and the boycotts are part of what helped to create that international pressure that forced South Africa to change. And Israel is also an apartheid state, but further than South Africa, committing genocide, committing ethnic cleansing. So shouldn't we apply international law and also use that pressure to help force a resolution, so that both peoples can live peaceably and the region can be a lot more settled?
Well, I do think, part of bringing about change, I said this a little bit earlier, is there are going to be an array of different actors working in sync to try to bring about a better future. And J Street doesn't necessarily have to do the exact same things that other people working in this space do. And, you know, because we have family and friends and a deep tie to the state and the people of Israel, for J Street types, it's going to be a little bit harder to get on board with allies and engage in all the same tactics with people who don't have that level of connection. You know, we just are going to come at this differently. We will, for instance, defend in court and in legislatures the right of people to boycott, right? We do not want to see laws passed that inhibit people's First Amendment right to engage in economic boycotts against Israel. But we're not going to necessarily support those boycotts. So we'll be in a lane next to these folks, and we will be applying pressure, and a lot of it's going to be from within the Jewish community, and some of it is sort of moral pressure and the pressure of our leaders of our community.
Chapters.
But it doesn't mean that we all have to do the exact same tactics, and I don't have any disregard for the people who are pursuing other things.
Oh, cool. You won't try to get me arrested for criticizing you. Thanks.
Protected, but J Street may not do all of those things.
So, and a lot of people who follow this issue closely will argue now that because of the settlement activity that has taken place, a two-state solution here is just simply impractical anymore. And what has to then be the focus is, civil rights and dignity and voting rights and democracy for everybody who's there. Zoran Mamdani famously had this debate exchange. I'm curious how you reacted like when you saw that and what your thoughts are on this. Let's roll EX5.
Going to keep
this debate moment.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I will be doing as the mayor.
No, he was just summarizing what the guy said.
Wherever they are across the 5 boroughs, whether that's in their synagogues and temples or at
We
their
won't
homes
actively
or
try to
subway
stop you. We just aren't
platform,
going to
because
help you
ultimately
either.
We need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And
as
just
we've
yes or
seen,
no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Not as a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
He won't
Not as a
say it
Jewish
has a
state.
right to exist as a Jewish state. Be very
And
clear.
his answer was no.
As a Jewish supremacist ethno state.
That's what he was
No.
trying to say. No. Unlike you, I answer questions very
Okay.
directly.
All right,
And I want to be very clear. I believe every state should be a state of equal rights.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
Lloyd, you can't triple stamp and double
Israel
stamp.
should exist as a state with equal rights for all.
Well, I definitely think Israel should exist as a state with equal rights for all. I just also think there needs to be a state of Palestine next to it. Right now, the state of Israel within the Green Line has
So
about 10 million.
you want to go
people,
round up all those
who are
settlers?
Citizens of Israel. There are 5 million Palestinians who live in the area that have no rights as citizens, and that's the occupation. This is the problem, and that needs to be resolved. But within Israel proper, there are 21% of Israeli citizens who are Arabs. They do have the right to vote. They do have equal rights under the law in most cases. There is a lot wrong with Israeli democracy, much as there was a lot wrong with American
I
democracy.
don't think he's
over
a
our
dummy. He's a
250 years.
professional.
Means that
He's a
certain minority
lobbyist.
populations
He's
here
trying
have
to
been fighting
strike
for
this
their rights
balance.
for the entirety of the existence of our country, and that fight will continue in Israel. But the state of Israel should treat all of its citizens, including the Palestinian citizens of Israel.
Yeah, that's what I'm
100%
saying. I
equally
think
under
he's
the
a
law.
pro.
I would argue
the head
that
of
the
J
state
Street.
Israel should
This
never
is
use
a
the word
very powerful
Jewish
job.
as the adjective defining the word state. Jewish, for me, is a peoplehood. There are 25% of Jews who practice no religion. They are culturally and ethnically Jewish and have traditional families that they draw on with Jewish background, but they're not religiously Jewish. When Israel is called a Jewish state, it implies no separation between religion and state. And that's one of the biggest problems that
state of
Jewish
equal rights
Israelis
except for
feel about their
Palestinians.
own
And
state.
it's not a state of
They
equal
want a
rights.
constitution. One of the things a new government may really try to do
That's
for
what
the
I
first
mean.
time in
Like,
78
that's-
years is actually write a constitution.
I think these guys genuinely do have some beef with the way the fucking genocide is being carried out recently, because it makes their job so much harder. They have to package this as something that's palatable for the American liberal sensibility. And it's, I would say, if you look at the polling, pretty fucking impossible these days. It's like 90-something% of Democrats are opposed to this. Like, there's people who are paid to lie about it, and the politicians that they bribe, and then there's, you know, everybody else, you know.
Institution that would cement that everybody who is a citizen of
I don't
Israel
blame
would
the
have
religion,
equal rights,
like,
regardless of their religion, race,
like, I think it's
gender.
good that people think about those subjects. I just think they really need to, you know, like, I don't know, like, the way that these mega churches and all are operating. I mean, every religion, but especially like the big, you know, explicitly politicized ones. I don't know. We got to find a way to like outlaw that, right? Because that's bad. But like, I like the idea of people thinking about, you know, larger than just their material existence, you know. That's kind of stuff stretches. If a Polish family does all the things a Polish Catholic family did but doesn't celebrate Jesus, they're not ethnically Catholic. Yeah, that's why I don't want to like fucking get into this with him. But yeah, that is a, you know, I mean, it's a diaspora, you know, I'll say that, right? So there is going to be these, like, it's not going to be the exact same. Well, I guess Polish people were pretty diasporic too, but and they got pushed around, right? Like from the Roman period onward, they were frequently made to just leave, like get your shit and leave, you know, like chased out of cities and like settlements and all. So it's, you know, I do have some sympathy for their plight, but, you know, that's not going to result in, you know, the type of sympathy that'll let them get away with the, you know, atrocities,
etc. But there needs to be a state of Palestine.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I disagree with that, you know? Like, I'd be willing to fudge the categories in the way that I just described, you know, because of the diaspora and all. But, you know, that's besides the point. Right? That's really kind of inconsequential at this point.
People have the exact same right to create a state that is the national homeland of the Palestinian people, and we're all Palestinians all over the world, millions and millions, can return home to the state of Palestine as of right, just as Jews all around the world can return to the state of Israel as of right. And the only way that this gets resolved is if each of the two peoples have the
people who live there have much more
I would say they need to be
in common with
states next to each other,
their ancient predecessors than this guy's family.
Let's dig into that a little bit more and what you mean when you say that you support a Jewish homeland, because this really gets to the rub of why, in my view, it's very dissonant to hear the term liberal Zionist. Because liberal would indicate you support equal rights for all. You support, you know, civil rights, equality, human rights, etc. And the expression of, you know, a Jewish homeland or a Jewish state is a sort of ethno-supremacist expression, where the moment that there are too many Palestinians, you have a demographic problem. Because we can't possibly have, you know, a Palestinian or a Muslim or an Arab majority here, because that will destroy a whole state. And so what I'm wondering how you square the circle of being, you know, a progressive who does support.
Like, I remember being a kid and having that explained to me, being like in grade school and having that explained, like, oh, they need to keep a majority and all, and just instantly being like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. That's not how you're supposed to do it, you know?
Quality on, you know, matters here domestically, but also supports this ethno-supremacist state of Israel.
So the word that I try to push back on would be ethno-supremacist. You know, the concept of Israel when it was founded was to be a place where Jews around the world who had been living stateless for 1,800 years and had suffered through, you know, whether it was the pogroms in Russia or the Inquisition in Spain or the Holocaust in Germany. I mean, just a litany of a history. The idea that there should be one place on the planet where the Jewish people can claim citizenship because of who they are. That is what the State of Israel was founded on. The people who founded the State of Israel, of course, were by and large socialist, right? I mean, it was a very
come on, man. No, they weren't. Dude, don't you even. Come on, man.
Socialism and the ideals of creating a Jewish
Lord Balfour, famous socialist.
In the state, and it was, really the dominant ideology. It is not per se that right-wing ethno-nationalists like.
No, but again, that's the other thing. That's the
Netanyahu
selection bias too that happens, right? Is like when you incentivize this type of behavior, the same we see it in Ukraine now, right? It's like when you give weapons to the fucking right-wing sickos and empower them to dominate everybody else, shocker, the political class becomes entirely right-wing sickos. And then generationally, this compounds.
Itamar Ben-Gvir, Bezalel Smotrich, the ambassador here in the U.S., Yael Leiter. It is not.
She can claim it right now? Yeah,
that
exactly.
That is the kind of people that will govern the state of Israel. And so I do believe.
But doesn't that become a sort of inevitability once the core of your project is we must maintain a Jewish majority? Israel de facto has control over, from the river to the sea, as you would say, over the West Bank. If you're Palestinian living in the West Bank, your day-to-day life is structured by what the Israeli government is going to allow you to do and what it's not. Israel has taken over 60% of the Gaza Strip, and Netanyahu is threatening to take over the rest of it. And once again, if you live in the Gaza Strip, even in that part that hasn't been taken over, your day-to-day life is structured by what the Israeli government says you can do and where you can go and how you can live. So there is de facto control from the river to the sea, but the suppression and the apartheid and the demographic engineering that occurs through mass murder and ethnic cleansing is necessitated by the idea that we must have a Jewish majority. And so doesn't it end up being inevitable that you have this sort of, genocidal, right-wing, ethnic supremacist government if that's the core ideal at the center of the state?
I don't agree. We probably just won't see eye to eye on that. The problem for Israel is that if it insists on keeping all the land, which the right wing is insisting, right, to be from the river to the sea and to annex and take over all of the land, then you have 15 million people that live in that land, and a little bit less than half of them are Jewish. So you actually cause a bigger problem.
I think they're aware of that, Yeager. No, you've seen this. Like, the Palestinians who were being fucking rounded up and slaughtered have significantly more of a DNA match to the people from 2,000 years ago than the people from Europe who are emigrating there. Yes, that I think has been demonstrated time and time again. Can you think about any other, there's no other reason why they would make DNA testing so hard to do there, right? What could you possibly, for people who are obsessed about we gotta fucking, we gotta keep it in the family or whatever, we gotta marry other Jews, we gotta have Jewish children and blah blah blah. You'd think that they would be more interested in that, but the fact that it's basically outlawed, I think, is a huge red flag.
Problem for those who want to have a national homeland of the Jewish people. If you keep all the land, the only way actually for there to be a state that is
I saw a clip where
Jewish
Krystal was going after him. I
democratic
want to see that part. I know it's going to heat up at some point.
And to have Palestinian people have their rights is for there to be a division of the land, for there to be some of that land, and the numbers are 78-22 as the split between Israel and Palestine that's been on the table since 1967. That's the only way for Israel to be both Jewish and democratic, because if the state of Palestine provides,
so then you can limit immigration to maintain a majority,
and the future and the hope for the 5 million Palestinians who live in Gaza and the West Bank, and 2 million Palestinians who are citizens of Israel out of a population of 10 million are given full and equal rights like any minority in a democracy.
They're not. Come on, man.
This actually is a resolvable problem. It is not by definition that having a national homeland of the Jewish people, there are so many countries around the world that have a national identity, a people who feel strongly as a people. That
but they don't have to legislate that.
It doesn't make them all nationalist states.
Sure, but what in your view would happen? Let's say we get the two-state solution, right? And there's a division of the land.
They don't treat the African Jews good either. Yeah.
What happens if the Palestinian citizens of Israel start having too many kids And now they're threatening to become a demographic majority within Israel.
Old Al Hooten, welcome in.
What happens
Well, I think
then?
the biggest
Because
problem, ironically, the biggest problem that Israel has demographically is that the ultra-Orthodox are having too many kids.
Yeah, that's true. No, that is an issue.
Yeah,
but I mean,
right.
see what I'm getting at here?
So
because I
stop
suspect,
letting them
we have
steal
a big Christian
land
nationalist movement in this country,
in the West Bank,
led by Pete Hegseth and others who are in government right now. And I suspect
Deus
you don't
Vult.
support that. So how do you support a Jewish nationalist ideology when you would oppose that here, domestically, because you understand
this is
the
that
way
conflict. That's what I was saying. They need to make this palatable for American liberals.
Who didn't meet the definition here in the U.S.
Long pig.
Well, if that is the way that it's going to be implemented, I'd oppose it. But what I'm arguing, and we may not agree, but I believe, that the Declaration of Independence of the State of Israel and the values on which it was founded and the basic laws that were established, the idea of it was that all 10 million Israeli citizens, whether they are Christian, Muslim, Druze, Jewish, Russian immigrants, Circassian, whoever they are, that they all have equal rights. It is
exactly.
The demographic fact that
that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel for them, right? They were pushed around and forced out and expelled and all that, right? Like, I feel for them, but like, the Palestinians didn't fucking do that to you, man. Like, the fact that they can justify that to themselves morally is fucked up, but the fact that we're asked to go along with it and support it and defend them and all that is just, it's insulting, Especially when there wasn't even, they didn't even try, Like, it's not even like they, bought the land off the people. They just fucking forced them out at gunpoint.
76% of the citizens of the
They
state
own
of Israel
6%
right now
of it.
are Jewish. And the other 25%, 21% are Arab, 4% are various other ethnic groups. This is the way other countries work too. I mean, you can run through a list of the 193 countries that are member states of the UN, and many of them have a population that has an ethnic identity that is 75, 80%, and at the same time have 20, 25, 30% of other peoples who live within their land. And some states do better than others at providing those people with rights. And I would fight and be at the front line to ensure that the Arab citizens of Israel, the Palestinian citizens of Israel,
it's the same thing American exceptionalists say.
The Jewish citizens. And so I don't agree that having a state that has an ethnic identity,
Arab Jews are not ethnically Jewish.
Identity,
well, that's what they call
per se going to lead.
Isn't that what they call the Palestinians who live inside Israel? They have a name for them, like Arab Israelis or something.
To Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. In fact, 90% of Israeli Jews vehemently oppose Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir. And as I said, 75% oppose Netanyahu. And when they tried to take apart Israel's democracy and the rule of law and the independence of the judiciary, millions and millions of Israelis took to the streets in order to ensure that the functioning liberal democracy that they were brought up in would be maintained. So, I'm willing to fight for that. I'm willing to continue to be out there making the case that is a possibility.
Yeah,
and
those
I
are
hope that the state of Palestine,
the ones who never left the Middle East.
Next to Israel will also set up a structure that provides opportunity for all of its people to have equal rights and protect those rights and has the rule of law, independent judiciary,
looked down upon, and so not treated as equals.
On a point that Krystal was making about putting pressure on Israel. I would make 2 points here. One, on a moral level, you have said that you think that legal.
Yeah, exactly. They want people to do worse faster,
conclude, or have already reasonably concluded.
We all have
Israel is carrying out a genocide in Gaza. So to me, on a moral level,
I'm sure it's not a racist word at all.
That needs to be sanctioned by a country if it has a moral, if it has any moral compass left. But just practically speaking, pragmatically, over the last several decades, if you had an Israeli politician going to the public in an election year saying, we need to pursue coexistence with Palestinians and we need to make compromises to reach a deal, we need to respect the dignity of all the people who live here, and you had a different politician who was saying, no, we don't, because the United States is going to back us to the hilt militarily and diplomatically, and what we need to do is smash them. We need to do ethnic cleansing. We need to pursue a project that expands the territory under our control. Each time, the person arguing, no, we don't have to make compromises, is validated by the United States' unwillingness.
That's what I was saying earlier.
To create any consequences for any Israeli action, even if it's killing, Christian, Palestinian, American citizen journalists, for instance. And so each time, the country lurches further to the right. So just pragmatically, it feels like if there were any politicians left saying we need to make some compromises for coexistence, because, oh, look, they've figured out these drones, and like maybe we can't just occupy and destroy Lebanon forever. Those politicians are undercut.
Yeah, we didn't even got into Lebanon.
America's, endless willingness to tolerate that activity and actually just
the cameras and RPG.
So just from a pragmatic perspective, why not sanction Israel?
Well, I do think that we agree 100% on this, actually. It is absolutely true that one of the reasons why Israel has done what it's done and been able to do what it's done is because of the broken American policy and the broken American political system. And it does bring us back, to American politics. And one of the reasons why these laws are in effect the way they are, and one of the reasons they are not enforced, has been because of the political pressures that groups like AIPAC and others from within not only the Jewish community, but I would also argue the Christians United for Israel, the evangelical community, the political pressures that are put on federal legislators and ultimately on presidents to adopt an Israel right or wrong policy. And so the politics have been broken, the policy has been broken, and it's led to the horrors that we see on the ground, not only in Gaza and the West Bank, but Lebanon and beyond.
So just to be clear, so you do support, at this point, an arms embargo on Israel?
We support ending financial assistance, phasing out the billions of dollars a year rapidly, right? To end that. Our taxpayer dollars shouldn't be subsidizing this.
You also said we shouldn't even be selling them weapons if they're breaking American law.
Right, exactly.
And they are breaking American law.
Right, but that is selling them weapons under the exact same rules that you sell them to everybody else, right? If another country is buying the weapons and they're violating our laws, we shouldn't sell those weapons. And that's the same for Israel. Israel should have no exception. There should be no longer exceptional treatment of the state of Israel under American law. But that's not a complete arms embargo. I mean, I will say that those are two different
defensive
things.
weapons, really?
Is behavior that Israel is engaged in.
How are they different things? So if you were, just to be totally clear, if you were in government right now today, given that Israel's been deemed to be committing genocide, given the ethnic cleansing that's happening now in Lebanon, given the policies in the West Bank, you would not greenlight selling any weapons, offensive or defensive, to Israel today.
The distinction that I would draw is a distinction for defensive systems. And that's based on the argument that obviously well, that's, surging all around us. I believe that
what is this that's surging now?
Will die if Israel has the missile defense systems to prevent Hezbollah or Hamas or other Houthi rockets.
Even more people will die if you are not given the green light and the incentive structure and the enabling to go launch unprovoked attacks on your neighbors. Like, this is like, he presents it like, oh, they're just fucking people are just wild. They're just firing missiles at us all the time with nothing we can do to get them to stop, right? Like, get the fuck out of here.
It's Iranian rockets from hitting Israeli civilians. I think that everybody will face an even deeper cycle
the Iron Dome
violence if those kinds of rockets get through. So I personally, and I would urge for government policy to continue to sell missile defense systems, Iron Dome being one of several systems. But offensive weapons...
So you don't really actually support anything then?
violating the ceasefire, as long as it is violating our laws, as long as it's violating international
But you'd
laws,
still sell them so-called
for now,
defensive
and until
weapons.
such time as it's not violating all of those things, the United States should withhold. And that's why we supported the joint resolutions of disapproval.
Yeah, they have multiple
should withhold
systems, exactly.
offensive weapons from Israel while it is violating American law and international law.
So I would view it quite the contrary in terms of, you said that the defensive weapons, if we didn't sell those, that would deepen the cycle of violence. First of all, it's hard to imagine a deeper cycle of violence than what we're in right now. But currently we're in, the Iran war, which Israel certainly wanted. Trump's a big boy. He made his own decisions here, but Israel obviously was influential in making the case.
We accidentally hooked up the defensive missiles to the offensive missile wire and pressed the button. Oh, my
level
bad.
of negotiations that are occurring that appear to be bearing some fruit. How close they are or not, it's anybody's guess. But it's very clear that Israel right now is trying to undercut any even theoretical possibility of a resolution by escalating their bombing in Lebanon. And I would submit to you that the reason that they're able to not only bomb Lebanon, not only get genocide in Gaza, they've bombed 7 of their neighbors over the past several years, is because they feel that they are immune. And part of that immunity from any sort of real repercussions is the Iron Dome, is that
literal
defensive
rampage
capability, and also
theft,
our
robbery, and
government's
murder on
complicity
state
and
level.
willingness to carry water for them all the time. So in my view, those defensive weapons, quote unquote defensive weapons, have been instrumental in allowing Israel to operate in this, in this rogue manner, and to, which has grave implications for the globe. It certainly has grave implications for our own foreign policy.
Yeah, I mean, you and I probably just won't agree on this, but
Yeah,
that's
but
fine.
you can be wrong, though,
it's
dude.
important that there be, gradation of different opinions on this. We're sort of aligned behind the notion that there has to be a change in the U.S.-Israel relationship and that the blank check has to end and there has to be pressure placed and we need to change Israeli policy and the U.S. can't be complicit in what's going on anymore. So we agree on, a lot of it. What we don't agree on, and I just will maintain this to the end. I believe that it is a very high purpose to ensure that randomly fired Houthi, Hezbollah, Hamas, militia rockets coming out of Syria or Iraq, and even Iranian missiles, to prevent them from hitting civilians and killing more people is
human
something
shields
of value. And if some of these rockets got through,
stop putting your fucking military facilities in the middle of your urban areas.
And I hate to say that, but the level of destruction is here, but I tell you they could go here, and I think it has at least somewhat.
Yeah, they respected the ceasefire, exactly.
Violence from going to the absolute 7th circle of hell.
What if we grant that
how much worse?
protecting
What do you
civilians is actually, should actually be a priority for the United States? Far more civilians have been killed in Lebanon, Yemen.
We should put an Iron Dome there.
The occupied Palestinian territories. Should we sell defensive weapons there?
Well, I also think one thing to bear in mind when it comes, if something gets lost in the Iron Dome debate, is that Israel developed Iron Dome, and then the United States entered into a contract with Israel, and they said, if you produce the systems, then we'll produce the interceptors here on American soil, and Israel agreed to that. So it's a slightly different situation. I just want
we should take the weapons we were going to give to Israel and give them to fucking the Palestinians and then let them handle it.
With ISIS or with the Hamas or the Houthis.
Houthis have some pretty good rocket scientists, clearly.
Right, clearly, as do many of these.
Maybe we should be.
But I do think that these are two apples and oranges, and I do think the United States should be working with the Lebanese government.
Oh yeah, the Comprador Lebanese government that you guys put in there
to take on Hezbollah, and I think that the United States should be, with its allies, working to develop the international stabilization force that ultimately will bring a little bit more security.
Apples and oranges are both fruit.
And transition over to a Palestinian
Board of Peace, you mean?
Force. And the United States should be
back up the Board of
Palestine
Peace
and Palestinians and Palestinian Authority security forces. We trained the Palestinian Authority security forces, the United States, and so I do think there's an American role if we really want to bring security and stability to the region, to help the new government of Syria, to help the government in Lebanon, to help the government of Palestine, so that it can establish some stability and security for its people and for the region.
And just to drill down, and this really gets to kind of like the
Krystal's so
rub
polite.
of things.
The board of pedos
gets treated differently
We have
because
the
Israel's an ally,
pedophile
right? That's
oversight
the reason
board.
we won't sell defensive weapons or really do anything to protect Palestinians or Iranian civilians as we're bombing their little girls' schools, or Lebanese civilians. You know, Israel is this key ally, which, as you pointed out through AIPAC and also through your own group, has, you know, influence within the United States government, quite a lot of influence, it seems, at times. And I guess one of the questions that I think the American people are asking, and I'm asking, is what are we getting out of this relationship? You know, I view this more through a moral lens. I think Israel's committing a genocide. I think Israel is, is an apartheid state. I think it should be sanctioned the way South Africa was. I think that level of pressure should be applied to compel moral behavior. I think we should have international law. I think our willingness to observe the, and support the barbarism of Israel and Gaza has effectively destroyed international law globally and has created a law of the jungle. So I view it through a more moral lens. But for my sort of realist friends out there who look at this just from a cost-benefit perspective, what do we get out of Israel being this key ally? Why should we have PACs like J Street in the U.S. that describe themselves as being quote-unquote...
Exactly, that's it. If your friend is a serial killer and you say you hate it and you never buy him their weapons, but you do buy your neighbor the Kevlar vest and the alibi coverage every time detectives ask questions, I don't think it'll work to say, I only provided defensive weapons, never supplied the offensive weapons. Yeah, it's like your friend is on top of a clock tower shooting at people and you are standing at the stairwell with like a fucking barricade preventing the cops from running up there, or you are like handing them, you're like reloading their gun for them, like it's...
Pro-Israel, given the fact that, Israel has helped persuade the president to enter into this disastrous war, given the fact that Israel has helped to destroy international law, which is something that I think we should all care about if we want to live in a stable globe, given the fact Israel is routinely considered by our own intel agencies to be one of the greatest surveillance threats against American citizens. So why are we holding so tight to this alliance with an actor that is not only immoral, but has, helped to foment a massive strategic disaster for the United States of America and the globe?
Well, I think that what you're hearing me say is that the U.S. shouldn't be having that kind of a relationship with an Israel that is doing the things that you're outlining. That this Israel under Benjamin Netanyahu, the things that it has done over these last 20 years, by and large, they have hurt American national interests. So that you won't get an argument that under this government and in the direction that Israel has traveled over these recent decades, that this is a positive. But it can and it should be. What we want to see is a Middle East that ends these conflicts, right? That provides Palestinians with an actual route to self-determination, that begins to tap into the incredible opportunity that Israel provides to the region to be a technological and economic engine of growth. And that vision, we call it a 23-state solution, because when you say two-state solution at this point, people's eyes glaze over. But the issue is, can Israel become a functioning member of the region and work with all of its neighbors? There are 22 Arab states in the Arab League, and one of them is Palestine. So let's actually form a 23-state peace agreement, a comprehensive regional agreement that agrees on borders, that agrees on rights, that agrees on things like how to resolve the refugee issue, how to deal with religious freedom for all religions. These are the things that Israel can and should be a part of. That's the type of Israel that can be an asset. The type of Israel under Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, and Smotrich that does what it did in Gaza, that is burning down the West Bank, that is fomenting religious warfare, whether it's on the Temple Mount or other religious sites, that's convincing Donald Trump to go to war. That is not an asset to the United States, but it can be. And when I'm pro-Israel, when I say J Street is pro-Israel, we are advocating for a different future.
Yeah, start with yourself.
We are doing this because what is happening today is so negative, but it doesn't have to be. And we want to return to some of the original concept of what the country was. You showed the picture of my grandparents, and we talked about my dad, and we talked about the founding of the country. This is not the Israel that those people had in mind. And by fighting for it to try to change the direction, that's what we mean by pro-Israel. We have nothing to do with being in favor of what this government is doing, and nothing to say positive about what it has done over the past 20 years that J Street's been around.
It just seems to me to require a sort of suspension of reality.
She should ask him about that.
The Israel
what's
that
his
you're
name?
talking about. For example, you said you expect
The,
there'll be a
Uri
new
Solomon
government
guy.
in place that isn't as extreme as this
I
government.
mean, I can predict
but,
what he'll say.
Naftali Bennett. I mean, the critique he's had of Netanyahu with regard to the Iran war is that he wasn't brutal enough. He's made plenty of his own racist, incendiary
exactly, Krystal.
comments,
Get his
whether
ass.
it's with regard to Gaza or with regard to Arabs more broadly. So if that's the moderate in Israel, it's just very hard to imagine without applying the kind of pressure like we applied and the Globe applied to South Africa, and without using international sanctions and compelling different behavior. If you're relying on the democratic vote of Israeli Jews, 82% of whom support the expulsion of residents of the Gaza Strip entirely, we're nowhere close to the universe that you would like to see.
I, don't necessarily agree. It is also a fact that, for instance, in 1977, Menachem Begin came to power in Israel. He was the leader of the terrorist group that my father was a part of, called the Irgun, right? And he was about as far right as anybody had ever been in Israeli politics. And he came to power 4 years after the Yom Kippur War, and Israel
what the fuck is that?
1967 had...
Because of the other thing he mentioned, because they spy on us because you let them get away with it, because we don't enforce any of our fucking normal country rules that you would have to prevent that. So they effectively can fucking steal whatever the fuck they want from any country that we're affiliated with. Like the whole promise thing, we encourage them to do that.
Seized the Sinai. And then they fought another war in 73 over it. And so he comes to power in 77, and everybody says, "Oh my God, this is not the person who can make peace with Egypt." And he specifically said, "I will never, under any circumstances, give back the Sinai." And 80% of Israeli Jews agreed with him. Don't give back the Sinai, because we've just fought 4 wars in 30 years against Egypt that keeps invading us through the Sinai.
Oh yeah,
and
Egypt is invading you,
2
really?
years later, he's sitting on the south lawn of the White House signing the peace deal with Egypt. And, sometimes this sort of Nixon to China moment happens in history. I don't think history is preordained and pre-written. It is in Israel's long-term interest. And this is the case that J Street will continue to make, as long as we are around. We will make the case that Israel can only have a future that is worth it for the Jewish people if it compromises and allows there to be a Palestinian state. And what it gets out of that is normalization of its relations with Saudi Arabia and the whole Gulf, and the extension of the normalization of Israel as a country in the region. That's what Israelis can get for this. And that can shift that 82% opposition quickly. And it needs political leadership. And I will fight for it. I believe it's possible. I know there are examples in history of this happening, and that's why we do the work that we do.
We could put up EX7. I wanted to ask you about this. Was one passage from the profile I did back in 2019 for The Intercept. The group officially launched its station in April 2008. Ben-Ami told early staffers that he wanted to make quick work of the conflict, as there were other big issues that needed attention. Quote, "I want to try this theory of change," he would say, according to multiple people who heard his refrain at the time. "And if it doesn't work, I'll close down the shop and we'll work on climate change." First of all, I wanted to get, do you remember saying that? And what would you think of people who, used to work at J Street and are now saying it had a reasonable theory of change for its moment, it no longer does? and it's time to.
Yeah, no,
work
it's
on climate
definitely
change.
a classic J Street moment. Definitely said it. What I actually, my real line was much more frequently that I hope we'd succeed and then we'd shut down and go work on climate change. That was that. I hope we would succeed, not that we wouldn't succeed.
Yeah, we need help on AI too, Jeremy. We could use
right.
it there
Who
as
knew?
well.
I didn't know that in 2008. But
you're not going to get any rich people to give you money for that, though, are you?
Things. I do think that the theory of change of J Street, which is that the politics of this issue are the root problem. That the policy is constrained and almost dictated by the politics, and so you needed a political intervention in order to shift American politics so that our policy could change. I really still believe that theory of change is correct, and I think, as Krystal was saying at the beginning, we're seeing a very rapid shift. Part of that shift is people way to the left of J Street. That's a natural development as a result of what Israel has done. And again, the things that Krystal's describing, it leads you, Krystal, and it leads other people to take the positions you're taking, which are way to the left of J Street. And I don't disparage that at all. I understand it. You have to understand where many of us in the Jewish community come from, who have a deep relationship with Israel. We still want to try to change Israel. We still want to change the trajectory. We don't want to see it become a pariah state. We don't want to see it become an outcast state among the nations, which is where it's headed if it continues down the path that it's on. And so our theory of change, which is change American politics so American policy can be more balanced and more rational and help push for a resolution of this conflict, solve this problem, not just punish, not just call out the bad guys,
just punish,
but actually solve this problem. And
There's doing a whole lot of punishing, really, dude.
Ends in a border. There has to be a border for the state of Palestine, the state of Israel, and integration of both of those states into a successful and stable region.
I, first of all, very much appreciate the dialogue and your willingness to engage. And I know these are very difficult conversations, and this will be a difficult question as well. You say you have this personal family connection to Israel, and I get that. Like, I'm an American. I think America does horrible things in the world, but I'm still committed to trying to change it, right? Even when that seems to be long odds. But the question is, why do that through an American organization? Wouldn't the way to change Israel be through Israel? And what do you say to people who say to have a quote-unquote pro-Israel PAC in America today is the moral equivalent of having a pro-South Africa PAC, at the height of apartheid?
Definitely is.
Right. I mean, you would hope that the pro-South Africa, the people from South Africa who lived here, who hated apartheid and wanted a different South Africa, would be pretty happy when Nelson Mandela came to power. And their view of pro-South African would have been Mandela's victory. Right. And so for me, I am pro-Israel, but I'm anti-occupation. I am anti the moral
it's much worse than
abomination
South
of what
Africa.
happened in Gaza. I am anti the settler terrorism that is happening on the West Bank. Because I'm anti those things,
but a lot of that has to do with our incentivizing
standing up
it. It's like I was just saying about the Iron Dome and all.
The state that represents the Jewish people should not behave this way. This is not what it means to be Jewish. This is not our values. And so why do I do it here? I'm an American, right? I am not a citizen of the state of Israel. I'm an American. My family is here. My kids are here. This is where my life is. And we in this country are responsible for our foreign policy.
Right.
We're responsible for our politics. And as American Jews, we're responsible for the American Jewish community. And I think in all three of those arenas, in policy, politics, and the Jewish community, we are misrepresented by the mainstream organizations of the American Jewish community that lobby for things that are not in the long run good for Israel, that are interfering in American politics in ways that are bad for American democracy, and that are blowing up the American Jewish community and driving young people away from their communities rather than bringing them in. So all the work that we do is here.
Well, here's, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, and what the quote Ryan read really sort of points to is, you're a very talented person. You're a very smart person. I think you have really done your best to act ethically, and I am sure this has been a very difficult period for you, getting pulled in all sorts of directions, being called a cancer and a fake Jew and all of the rest. But there are a lot of things to work on in the world, and it's hard for me to understand why we as Americans should prioritize the needs of Israel over, for example, you know, as lefties, as humanitarians here, over prevention of genocide, over, you know, many other issues that we could be working on. It's hard for me to understand how that would be the priority. And to be honest with you, at a time when you've had tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, we don't really know, of Palestinian civilians who have been killed, it's almost offensive to me to center the, you know, the safety of a Jewish homeland when it's that state that has been committing those horrific acts in the world.
So I think all things must be balanced. I'm 100% agree with you. It's offensive to me too.
But yeah,
and what has
dedicate
happened,
your life to it.
It's morally offensive to me as a Jew. It is morally offensive to me as an American who enabled what happened. And put aside the morals, I also think this is an unbelievably self-defeating and self-destructive path that the state of Israel is on, and I think it's ultimately going to hurt Jewish people around the world. So I have a stake in it, even if I don't live there, because the things that are happening there are coming back to my community and biting people that I know and hurting people that I know. So I think it is absolutely important. I deeply, deeply respect the pro-Palestinian movement. I think that the Palestinian Americans, Arab Americans, Muslim Americans who are working for Palestine, it's a very important part of the discourse. And similarly, a pro-Israel Jewish organization is an important part of the discourse because we represent, you know, several million American citizens, and we have a say in how these policies are conducted, and the way we act in American politics is going to have an impact on how, whether or not we can defeat MAGA and whether or not we can save our own democracy. These issues interject themselves into the center of American politics, and they may be doing that to the detriment of our future as Americans. And so for all of those reasons, I think it's really important for me and for J Street, with our identity front and center, you know, right next to those who are pro-Palestinian and, you know, next to the Lebanese American community who's devastated and the Iranian American community that's devastated. I mean, there's
so you
just
can
a lot
coast
of
off of their
people
fucking,
that are citizens
you know,
of this country,
moral
who have
clarity,
a deep connection to and care for what happens there, and understand how what happens there also comes back and impacts us here.
And last question from me, because I know you've got to run in a second. I think some of the remaining support that Israel has here in the United States from liberal Zionists comes from this idealistic notion that you presented about what Israel
you feel
could
responsible,
be. And, you know, similar to how a lot of communists will say, well, true communism has never been tried. But at this point, when the reality of what Israel is doing on the ground is so different from what the liberal kind of vision for it is propping up that liberal vision of it actively harmful and kind of fueling a delusional level of support for the reality on the ground?
Only if one is not calling out that delusion. You know, I do not spare any words, right, in terms of describing just how awful these people are and what they're doing, how it violates every
but you still want to give them the fucking
Jewish
weapons,
moral
right?
identity. Everything that I've taught my kids about what it means to be a good person and follow the ethics and the morals of our people. I write about this every week. I have a Substack called Word on the Street, and I almost every single week I'm writing about the, you know, the horror and the pain that this causes to believe very deeply in your tradition and the ethics that were handed down from generation to generation, and watch the state that's purporting to act in the name of your people violate every single one of those things. I mean, this is very, very painful. But I think it's very important that over the course of 250 years in this country, you know, as we fought for slavery, as we fought for suffrage, as we fought for civil rights and voting rights, and we know, you know, these things go back and forth and we take steps forward and we've seen, you know, the steps backwards that we're going, no one's giving up on the vision of what an America can and should be. You know, the idea that underlies America that started 250 years ago, these are still some very powerful ideas that have been terribly executed for 250 years, and we're still really working on them. I won't give up on the idea that a state that is the national homeland of the Jewish people can also treat the other people who live there well and can live at peace with its neighbors, including a state for the Palestinian people. That I think is not out of the question. And the horrors of this last few years is actually a moment for Israelis to take a look and say, well, maybe it actually is time to try a non-Netanyahu path rather than living by the sword, rather than by creating a super Sparta, that only knows how to bomb things and kill things. Maybe it is time for us to try a different path. And I believe that this is a really important argument to make to people both in this country and that country.
So I would have turned that off 10 minutes ago.
Thank you so much for your engagement.
Yeah, fuck this guy. Aliens are out there. Oh my god. More of his bullshit.
Now we shift to Pakistan, where recent revelations have shaken politics internally. This week, within the last week, our colleagues at Dropsite News published the full text of the classified diplomatic cable known as the Cipher, which shows that officials at the U.S. State Department had threatened in 2022 that Pakistan would suffer greatly if Khan remained in office, and that, quote, this would all be forgiven, unquote, if he were removed in a no confidence vote. Well, we know now this is exactly what happened, and this was followed by a wave of charges and accusations against Khan, which many of them were full of.
I saw fucking Avi Loeb going out there trying to debunk it. Just completely it's like he goes out there and markets himself as like, oh, I'm like a mainstream academic, but I'm not like closed-minded like those other mainstream academics. And then he proceeds to do the same shit that those guys do over and over again. Does not, like, if I was going to try to like attack a point of view or analysis or whatever, I would summarize it like, oh, okay, this is what they believe, this is why they think that, this is why I think that's wrong. He goes out there and he misrepresents the data, misrepresents the point of views that have been put out there, misrepresents the evidence supporting it, and then he's like, and that's why it's probably bogus or whatever. And he tries to like pretend like he's like, oh yeah, no, there's like fighter jets that crashed and they're taking DNA samples from the different pilots and shit, like trying to make it seem like that, where it's like different humans and they're trying to like, oh, I can't tell, like, was this a Russian flying this Russian plane? Like, just completely misrepresenting the details. I don't know, like, I replied to Giorgiani today. It was like, this is like fucking, is this Avi Loeb phase 2? Like, he goes out there with the 3i Atlas stuff and the Oumuamua stuff, and he earns credibility behind, with people who are actually researching the data, who are actually looking at the details, who are actually trying to discern fact from fiction. And then he just goes out there and uses that credibility to rubbish people who are, on the right track, or, at least their head is in the right, they're looking at the problem in the right manner, right? It's like, this isn't, it's not like you can say like, oh, they made this shit up and blah, blah, blah. No, it's like, this is Kip Green, that this idea comes from Kip Green, right? Who's pretty well established, pretty well respected mainstream scientist. And Loeb doesn't even engage with it. He just basically belittles it and insults people for thinking it was true. Or he was wrong about that too. But I mean, I don't think he was wrong about, like, he wasn't doing the stuff, like, he wasn't speculating, he wasn't doing the stuff that Angry Astronaut did, where Angry Astronaut took the data and said, here's some sci-fi things that would explain this data. Like, oh, this could be fucking, this could be a fleet of like mini drones or something, stuff like that. Loeb was just, this is the observation, this is what, this is what we're used to from comets, from comets from our solar system, and here's what we're getting from this comet, but controversially, because other people were trying to downplay the anomalies and he was trying to play them up, He believes what Green told him. Yeah, Lynn Buchanan. He's not the only one that said that. Like, other people have, whispered about that. Like, I don't know, I'm sure it's true, that they are using these DNA databases to try to discern patterns, stuff. I'm sure they're using it for nefarious purposes, I don't think you can rationally dispute that. Like I said, these people are researching every weapon, every plausible, any kind of way they can think of to kill other people. They are definitely doing, the whole gamut, but they're very likely starting with the things that are cheaper and working their way up. So running some searches on fucking 23andMe's database is, I'd say, low, that's a low investment. And there is all this unexplained DNA, the junk DNA. And there was a paper last year in a, academic journal that said as much, that speculated about this. There's the unknown hominid that everybody has in them. There's a lot of room for rational speculation with the data, For him to go out there and misrepresent it and say, oh, it's the fucking army is looking at fighter pilots from other countries and that kind of bullshit, I think sucks. Yeah, I don't like that one bit. Yeah. 3/5 of people, but there's also variations on that too, right? Do we all have some bit of it from ancient times, is there something that would back up the idea that Homo habilis was genetically modified to create modern humans, right? There's that angle of it. But then there's the modern abduction phenomenon, do abductees have traces of it? And there's other variations on those two general, tracks. That's what I'm saying is, though, a lot of our DNA is unexplained. We call it junk DNA. Right, but it does not appear to be part of our transcription. Right, it does not appear to be turned on or whatever. Billy had a video the other day that was our spirit DNA is turning on or some shit like that. Which again, I don't know if that's true, but I'm not going to rubbish it based on what I just ran through. Yeah, I think people get really touchy about these types of ideas. I know I do. Right? When we saw that clip with, what's his name, saying, during the Inquisition, they tried to, that was all, hunting down all the, people with telepathic genes. Right? Yeah, exactly. And it's, going to be used and weaponized by the same people now. Modern version of that. That's what I'm saying. I think the correct idea on this topic is to be open-minded when it comes to what's in our DNA and what could possibly be researched about our DNA. If you're coming from a position that anything, unfamiliar is obviously needs to be discredited and, ridiculed, that's not a good position. Yeah, it's just wild to think that nature would have developed all that DNA if we weren't needing it, if we didn't need it for something, right? Yeah, that's before we even get to CRISPR. That's just what's already in our DNA. I would think that, there's a lot of stuff that's already in our DNA. It just needs to be turned on. You know, instead of CRISPR's like actually adding new segments to our DNA, I would imagine that there's probably chunks of DNA that are already in there that would enable us to, you know, do different shit that are turned off, or, you know. I just don't know what all that extra DNA is doing in there, you know. Yeah. Yeah, remove cancer. That's the other angle too, is like supposedly there was a time when humans didn't have a lot of these problems, and then they were put into our DNA intentionally in order to kneecap us. Which again also seems plausible given the context, you know? Why do Down syndrome people get an extra chromosome? Yeah, that's what I mean. The whole thing, plus with our different number of chromosomes than other mammals and all, is also weird. It was useful once, but was rendered inert or inoperable. I mean, yeah, but I mean, wouldn't you take the stuff that you have and modify it before you add whole new lines of code? You know? Like, wouldn't it be a lot easier to use the code you already have, especially if you're nature and you're evolving over mutations, generational, you know, you mutate a tiny bit every generation. Seems like it'd be a lot easier to mutate the existing DNA than it would be to add whole new strains of it, you know?
Significant legal irregularities, but in fact, they did succeed in taking Khan out of politics and putting him in prison. Meanwhile, an Al Jazeera report published last week revealed that a mutual defense pact that Pakistan had established with Saudi Arabia may be expanding with the involvement of Turkey and Egypt and
nature,
with some
evolution.
support from China. So Pakistan's prime minister's headed to Beijing next week. Lots going on. To make sense of both of these stories and how they are connected, we're joined by Junaid Ahmad, who's a professor of law, religion, and global politics, and the director for the Center of Study of Islam and Decolonization in Islamabad, Pakistan. Welcome to the show, Junaid. How are you doing?
I'm well. Good to be with you guys. And Zoe, you become the expert of all things Latin American in Pakistan. It was great to host you for your wonderful presentation. Thank you, Zoe.
Well, glad to be of service and glad that you're here on the show, because we desperately need your analysis on these major news items happening in your country. So first, we want to ask, now that this cipher, this cable is public, it is something that people have been talking about for a long time. Imran Khan himself.
I mean, if the junk DNA, which is like the majority of our DNA, right? If that's there because it's old and we don't use it anymore and we used to, seems like this pattern has been going on for a long time, right? It's not something that's happened once or twice. It's something that keeps happening. Like, we keep deactivating it and retaining it and adding new sequences or whatever, you know? What? What do you mean? I mean, I'm talking about evolutionary timescales. You know, tens of thousands of years. I don't think, well, I mean, I know we have the, and then what's the other DNA? The shit that gets activated when we're, like, stressed, right? Is that in the same batch? Is that also junk DNA? What's that shit called? The, I forget what it's called now.
Kind of
Not
denouncing
cortisol.
the
No,
existence of such a cable. Do you think that its publication will have any ramifications internally in Pakistan or on Imran Khan's case?
Well, I know I've been on this show several times, and I don't want to sound like a broken horse on this, but just to make clear of what this thing is all about. So this is the word that we've Pakistanis have learned over the past few years, the term cipher, which is a reference to this diplomatic cable. And the Drop Site News had first released part of it in 2023.
No, that's the
And what they said was that for security reasons, they could not release in its entirety up until just this beginning of this week. And what that
the
cipher
epigenetics,
was,
that's it.
was
Yeah,
basically the United States, the State Department, sending a message to the Pakistani ambassador in Washington that they're uncomfortable with the aggressive neutrality of the Prime Minister Imran Khan.
Aggressive neutrality.
He had the unfortunate luck of landing in Moscow on the day of the Russian special military operation in Ukraine. He had no idea about that, but he just landed there. And he was accused of aggressive neutrality. And within that memo, basically they said that, but if you remove the guy, all will be forgiven. The question is, someone needs to tell me what is supposed to be forgiven, but that's just the way empires speak to their clients. And yes, he was overthrown in that March-April 2000.
It was harder to lie to him because he had gotten Putin's side of the story first.
Open connivance of the generals in Pakistan. So it was. I don't want to say it's just Washington wanted it and the generals like, oh no, I guess we have to do this. No, by this point, if we understand Pakistan, the military has always had this inordinate role in the political life of the country, and especially on questions of foreign policy. And of course, that was one of the main components of Khan's platform, an independent foreign policy, as opposed to the entire history of Pakistan, where it has basically done the bid of the United States, including the era that really defined Khan's politics, which was the war on terror. Now, we have to remember that Khan's position against drone strikes, against military operations, all of those got him the credibility that allowed him to then win in 2019.
Putin
and again,
was involved, it's
before
fake.
people start to think that, well, it was natural that the U.S. would want to kind of conduct a regime change against this anti-American guy. No, he said that he will be friends with everyone, including Washington, in times
They wanted him to look. This is what I said about
it. Couldn't tolerate.
The distinction is like when you can force a client state versus having to recognize the economic material interest of a non-client state. India was buying oil from Russia, but we can't treat them like a client. I mean, we do, but like we're not able to enforce absolute authority over them. Pakistan, Imran Khan was trying to poke his head up and not do whatever we told them to do. They were trying to do what was in the best interest of Pakistan, not the U.S., and that was too much. So we were able to maneuver him out of power and into a jail cell, whereas we couldn't do that to Modi, right? I mean, maybe, but they didn't try it, right? At least Biden didn't try it.
This pacifist would not go along.
It wasn't worth the effort,
variety of these different programs that the United States,
but like he gets overthrown for doing something India was also doing, buying oil from Russia. Like
countries had assigned to.
Of course, I want to remind people this didn't happen under Donald Trump. This was in 2022, right? Meaning it happened under Joe Biden. So this kind of like gangster behavior towards countries that we're seeing a little bit more openly right now under this administration isn't new. But Junaid, it's interesting because this cipher drops at the exact moment that Pakistan.
I mean, they did at the time.
Being celebrated
do you
for
remember?
mediating between the U.S. and Iran. So you have the same generals who pushed Khan out of power now being rewarded as indispensable regional brokers. What does that tell us about how this relationship between Washington and Islamabad actually works?
What do you mean?
Well, it tells us that cipher was probably true, first of all.
Because it undercut the sanctions. They thought they were going to be able to economically, because again, it's hybrid war, right? They thought they were going to be able to use their economic warfare coupled with Ukraine in the Ukrainian military serving as a proxy in order to cow Russia and force them to bend the knee. and they weren't able to. And I think a huge part of that was because of their inability to enforce sanctions like they were 15 years ago or whatever, right? Like, if you can't get the entire world to buy in on your fake illegal sanctions, then they're much less effective, right? I mean, I think that the Democrats, Biden, those guys, they were, trying to make Russia pay for bucking their authority. I think that they wanted to, force Russia to back down and somehow get them to fall in line. Like, especially someone like Biden, who's like 1990s politics, like that's certainly what they expected. And I think, I'm sure there was people in his administration who understood Russia's true might, but I think that they definitely thought they were, or they just wanted more endless wars. Also that, like 2040. Yeah, that's the thing, is like if they can't get your resources for cheap, they would rather you not sell them to anybody. Yeah, No, but I think more than Trump, Biden had some forethought. Like I think they were concerned with the long-term stability of the empire and the Democratic Party. They're obviously going to put their own self-interest first, but I think more so than Trump, because I think Trump is an anomaly, where he fucking, cares very little about the stability of the empire or the stability of his political coalition. He's just like a class only,
Because the relationship between Pakistan and the United States since the removal of Khan has just, gotten better and better by year. Better by better, I mean in terms of the relationship between the two regimes, between the, you can call it a political regime. It just has a political civilian facade over what is really a military dictatorship in Pakistan, and its relationship with now Donald Trump, which is one of the things people often thought that, Trump and Khan had such a nice relationship when they met. Trump could give a damn, like when he came to power and doing anything for Khan. So yeah, you're absolutely right. That relationship. Right after the regime changed, but especially when this new chief of army staff, Trump's favorite field marshal Munir, when he came to power, it was all about trying to market Pakistan as this place where you can get the rare earth minerals, all sorts of sweet deals that we will allow the U.S. to have. It was really selling to the U.S. that please, remember us, Pakistan. This is how the generals, in fact, have always operated, as well as the politicians, right? So they have tried to kind of sell themselves, and they did get in the good books of Trump, especially when the prime minister nominated him for the Peace Prize, after he, of course, ended the genocide in Gaza. So, this is the unique position that Pakistan is in, is that it has this relationship with all of these different countries, right? Including with China. That's like the most important relationship that it's had since the 1960s. So it has a relationship with China, obviously now with the United States, with the Gulf countries, with Saudi, and it has, although it's been a roller coaster ride with Iran, at present, it has had a decent relationship. Now, I think that we should see this all in the context of a singular phenomena.
I think the Trump current situation, I think the way that they perceive the military is significantly different than the way that the Democratic Party writ large sees the military, I think Trump sees it as a negotiating leverage, as a way to increase his own personal enrichment. Like he keeps doing over and over again, right? Like, sure, the Bidens also want to, the Democrats also want to get rich off of it, but they also are trying to, do things to help the empire,
That is the insane, reckless, violent behavior.
But it really doesn't matter.
Right? Like that is what is shaping this entire region, where even the regimes that we may despise, they are shit scared of Israeli behavior, and they see that the United States is unable or unwilling to do anything to restrain it or to protect them. That certainly goes for the Gulf countries. So Pakistan is a beneficiary in this context, in that the one thing that maybe Iran should have had to prevent this war, it has nuclear weapons, right? And the Pakistanis, as well as the Turks, they know that if they were able to succeed in Iran, the next targets would be Turkey and Pakistan, not because Turkey and Pakistan have some revolutionary governments, but that they are militarily very powerful. And Pakistan, of course, has nuclear weapons.
Well, exactly on that point we wanted to hit, which is that, there is this kind of talk that Pakistan, with its military agreement with Saudi Arabia, is now possibly expanding with Turkey and Qatar. We've seen tossed around the possibility of a quote.
Yeah. This isn't to say that they have ideological differences.
But, on one hand,
just practical.
Turkey is a NATO member. Qatar hosts, extremely large U.S. base, one of the largest in West Asia. And, once again, Pakistan is playing this kind of in-between role between the U.S. and Iran right now. So is this, in actuality, an independent security architecture? There is a participation of China, but again, is this really more a response to Israeli aggression, or are we seeing something that could truly stand to contest U.S. power in the region?
Right. So we should mention, first of all, the scandal of this thing that I've been writing about for the past few months, the emergence of, and they call themselves that. That's why we use the term Islamic NATO or Muslim NATO. The scandal of these guys thinking that they should come together once the majority of the genocide in Gaza has taken place. I mean, this is the power that you want to demonstrate. You allow Israel to genocide Palestinians. But putting that aside, these guys also in some ways come at the heels of that genocide when Trump gathers them all together for his Board of Peace, right? We remember this late last year, early this year. And so initially this is about, okay, getting together. Trump is bringing us together. Israel has ended its rampage in Gaza, but it hasn't really ended it, right? And so then these guys are also seeing that, okay, well, the Israelis see it now with Iran, but even more so with Lebanon, the way it's pounding these countries. So as I was saying earlier, none of these countries on their own feel safe anymore, right? And so you're absolutely right. Late last year, the Saudis and the Pakistanis signed this defense pact. By the way, this defense pact has been debated in Pakistan for quite a while. One of the first instances in which it was rejected in principle was in 2015 when the Saudis launched their war in Yemen. They wanted Pakistan to send troops and to help it. And the Pakistani parliament, to its favor, actually said no, because while they said we're willing to protect you from any outside invasion, we're not going to get involved. So the Saudis have been constantly wanting this for a long time. And again, it's not like Khan went out to insult the Saudis or anyone else, but he said he will not get entangled, in these types of things. And so that defense agreement happens. Now these guys, as you're saying, Qatar and Turkey also want to be a part of it, because in some ways, as I said before, what it is positioning itself now as this Islamic NATO that can restrain Israel in the context when the United States, no matter how many times Trump will call you your favorite field marshal till he turns blue in the face, he won't protect you when the Israelis come after your nuclear weapons, right? So this is what this is about. It has to do with Israeli aggression on Iran. Again, it has nothing to do with what the Israelis did in Palestine to Gazans. No. It has to do with what their behavior right now, and this is why these countries are coming together for this. Now the point is, what you're saying, is this really about some type of sovereignty or independence? Well, for the Saudis right now, or for the Qataris and other Gulf countries, it's basically having other options in terms of who will protect them. That Pakistan nuclear security umbrella, as well as now Turkey. The fact is this really about presenting some type of alternative bloc? One of the things that it's really benefiting from, the Pakistanis especially, is what's going on in India. India has become morally and politically bankrupt. It is like betraying the global south, betraying BRICS, And Pakistan seems like a country more on the side of the global south right now. So it's very much benefiting from that as well. But again, these are very kind of a rapidly changing developments. I don't
A
see
bullet
this
with
as
butterfly
anything
wings?
long term. I do see it as a kind of a short term, immediate attempt to preserve these
It's kind of like,
regimes rather than
yeah.
project any type of kind of independent force that would be somewhat even remotely accountable to the
like
needs of
the dichotomy,
You know, but it's
the
still
duality.
the irony of it though is that you have Imran Khan in
Oh, have
prison
you heard this band
precisely
Sap?
because he, in his limited way, attempted to pursue a kind of independent foreign policy, even if it was just basically being like, I'm staying neutral on this, right?
I'll show you that
and
shit
also
next.
kind of courting
It's sick.
Moscow, courting Beijing, declaring absolutely not to housing U.S. military or CIA bases, which to the Americans is essentially like blasphemy. But then you could also argue, right?
They sound like
that
Nirvana.
After this plays a role in his removal, now the same generals who are in charge, who played a role in his removal, are still building the Saudi pact, still courting Ankara and Doha, still flying to Beijing. So, what do you make of this? And what is the calculation of Pakistan's military political establishment? I mean, obviously it's not the same calculation of Imran Khan, but hilarious nonetheless that you took out this guy, but then the people who are in charge are still pursuing the same things.
Right, as I said, Pakistan has benefited from a regional environment in which it can portray itself as the guarantor of security in a context where the U.S. is not doing so, right? The U.S. military presence, when we speak about how ironic and scandalous it is, well, now we know these American military presence in these countries in the Gulf are not protecting these countries. They're a magnet. They're a magnet for them being targeted. And so Pakistan is just milking this situation. And the other thing
I mean, it's a
when we
good
spoke
way
about
though.
India, right?
I mean, you'll see.
We need to speak about the
This is almost
UAE.
over.
These countries remain kind of the last two like staunch defenders of Israel. And I don't know why specifically with India, but also in the UAE. One of the things that the Israelis love doing is to even humiliate the friends that they have. You guys may have followed how Netanyahu was bragging about his visit to the UAE, and then when Mohammed bin Zayed tried to deny it, then he doubled down and said, "Oh, even my intelligence head went there," and so on. So it loves to humiliate even its allies. So I have no idea what these countries, and India, for God's sake, right? It held the foreign ministers conference there in Delhi of BRICS, and they wanted to even make a mild statement criticizing the Israelis. Indians and the UAE wouldn't have it. So again, like I'm saying, the Pakistanis really benefit from this situation, and so yes, I think that the Gulf, that architecture of the dependency on the U.S. and that to them seeming like what will protect them from Israel. Right now, all of these countries, they know it, they won't say it, know that Iran is actually fighting their war against Israel and the United States, but especially against Israel. That is Turkey, Pakistan, etc. That will never fight it on their own, but now are at a point where they do realize that yes, this it doesn't matter how close you are to Trump, Washington, etc. The Israelis will do what they want, and that for them, what is it? Any threat in the region, that is that any country that has any military capacity to challenge it. So yes, it is, Rania, you're absolutely right. It is ironic because in the same situation, in different ways, you can imagine Khan also being this kind of a mediator, so on and so forth. But a politician or a public figure in Pakistan that would also be accountable to the population
We
and
should
that
have
also would want to make this,
we
as
should
I'm
have a
saying,
poll
not just about
or like a
an
round
Islamic
robin
neighbor that
tournament
preserves
about
these
who's the
regimes,
coolest cheddar.
but something that actually advances a far more
We
like
would need
a
to have
social
like
justice
a
project
like
within
a spreadsheet,
these countries as
like
well.
a
Because right
questionnaire,
now it just seems like a lot of
and then
this
we
is
can pit your
contained
answers against each
Muslim
other.
anger, right? That has been there since the genocide in Gaza,
Boom.
rather than actually projecting a force that's going to be like a BRICS or something else that is going to change the
I
world.
give
No, I don't think so.
Well,
No.
Junaid, incredible analysis
Round
there. Very
robin.
important to break down these
So
developments
you have to fill out a
because at face
questionnaire.
value, things
No, not
seem
round robin.
very
It
different
doesn't work.
often. So it's good to have the nuanced perspective on this.
Like if we had a questionnaire and then we had some sort of like random draw and to put like your answers, like, no. I guess we could have different criteria, like top score, but then we could have like tournament style. A World Cup bracket. Yeah, we need to do that too. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It would have to be, I'd have to make like a mix of like coolness criteria, like a survey questionnaire. Like, oh, what's your favorite Joy Division song? Or like shit like that. Um, um, hmm. I feel like maybe that wouldn't be fair. I feel like it would be better if it was just real time. Hmm. You had to do a buzzer. I mean, you could cheat on that version of it. Yeah, if you had to like do homework, you had to like answer a survey before the next stream. That's what I mean. I don't want to like assign homework. That's why if we could do it real time, like, you know, I don't know how I would quantify it though. I guess we can get Claude to write the questions, you know. I'm sure I could figure out some prompts. And no, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to do it like that. But I mean, a format would be fun. But then it would just be like over right away too. Like it would have to be like a buzzer, right? Where we'd have to give like people time to answer the question, and it would be like that style. You just answer it in real time, and then make the case for your answer. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, to be honest, yeah, it probably would end up being heavily weighted towards people with the extensive, like, you know, like indie music scene for decades. Like, um, I'm sure we could work around that though. I mean, how else, like, we would need to democratically come up with coolness criteria. And then once that's decided, then we can make specific questions, I feel like. So we'd have to have like a platonic ideal. This would be fun. Like you could have Claude answer for you, but you couldn't tell Claude, hey, think what Matt wants me to answer. Like that would fuck it up. But you could have it help you write your answer, I guess. Like, what do you think about the cover of I Can't? Yeah. And then I could like play a clip or whatever too, so it wouldn't be people wouldn't have to pretend that they knew what I was talking about. Oh, I gotta pee. I mean, I don't know about that. Our democracy is overrated. The idea of democracy is underrated. Look. Because I was wearing my fucking sleeveless t-shirt, some of you may recognize. But then when the sun went down, it got a little chilly. Dude, this is sick. Yeah, no. I mean, I don't know. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah. My kids are fucking cool though. I'm telling you. I'm doing that part right. Every day when they walk out the door, I say be nice and be cool. Dude, Eamon he like makes mixtapes with like cassettes. He fucking plays CDs and he plays like YouTube songs into his stereo and records cassette mixtapes. I mean, that's what I mean. Whatever it is, I'm fucking doing it. They like physical media though. So I'm trying to explain to them. I guess it's just the generational thing, you know, because I fucking hate it. They love it. They want to buy everything on CD and fucking vinyl. Look how thick those strings are. Yo, see these guys have a dad like me, you know? Wait. It's like Olivia Rodrigo. You know, she does interviews and talks about how much she likes Nevermind. This guy probably said Paper Cuts is his favorite song. What's your favorite song? Sifting. Maybe he would say Negative Creep. He would definitely say something on Bleach. There's no way you can play that guitar anytime post like 1998 and say you're not like a huge Cobain head, you know? Any kind of like of the fancy shaped Fenders, it's like you can't get away with it. What is that? That's like an even different one. I'm telling you, this guy fucking loves Nirvana. And I bet you this guy's dad loves Nirvana. Listen to the way he solos, too. It's like the solo from Come As You Are. I don't know what it is. I'm saying it's like a funny shaped Fender, I think. Or maybe it's like a, you know, like a knockoff, like a Gretsch or something. Yeah, I know, because they're everywhere. Because they have them at the guitar centers every time now. Is I think what I've noticed is like the shit that Guitar Center has on stock cheap, it spreads far and wide. You know, like everybody has these Jaguar basses now because they had them, you know, like 5 years ago or whatever, 10 years ago. Oh, come on, I can't see that. Look at the bass player. It looks like Novoselic too. He even fucking stands like them. It's like the LCD Sound System song. You know, like they're trading their guitars in for turntables. I heard they were trading their turntables in for guitars. It was a little preemptive when he said the guitars thing back in 2002 or whatever, but now it's right on time, you know? I mean, the first step had been achieved, the second step hadn't been achieved. I mean, these guys probably record on like an iPad or something, you know? I mean, they're playing at El Cid in LA. It's a pretty big show for them, I bet. This account, they record all of their shows on mini disc. Right? Yeah. No, I have a 4-track. I'm gonna make aim and use. Yeah, they were expensive, right? But I found his account because he was posting agriculture shows, and then you can just like look at the shows he goes to, and it's pretty good like new music recommendations. That's where I found this band. It's like the shows that this guy goes to. I'm telling you, I've heard a lot of bands that sound like Nirvana, but these guys really pull it off the best. I'm really excited by this. Look at his outfits. Look at his outfit. Both of their outfits. Like I said, I've been dressing the same way since I was 12 years old. So I'm good either way, but I'm glad that my clothes are coming back into style. I was born in 1983, so like I was the perfect age to be into Nirvana, like to be into grunge music. And then after that, the perfect age to be into like No Effects and like Epitaph Records. And then like after that, you know, like Modest Mouse, and then like the Strokes. Like I was in New York in 2001 when the Strokes popped off. I had a lot of fun. It's so much fun. And then I moved to LA in like the late aughts, and there was a pretty sick scene out there at the time too. It was in like whatchamacallit, Dim Mak Records and all that stuff was going on. Like The Smell, like No Age got really big. And, yeah, there was cool shit downtown LA. This place, El Cid. This is the first show I went to when I moved to LA. My friends from New York were in town. They just happened to be playing in LA the weekend I moved there. So they opened for Ariel Pink opened for them. Ariel Pink was some fucking weird loser, and he was so annoying because I had nothing else to do because I just moved there. So I was like hanging out with them during sound check, and I got stuck hanging out with Ariel Pink, and he was so fucking annoying. Just like saying stupid things, like trying to be provocative, but like not in a funny or like smart way. Much like he is now. Like at this venue though, El Cid, it's like a Mexican restaurant. Rated like Alvarado and Sunset. Well, the Strokes didn't have to grind. The Strokes popped off like right away. They just captured the zeitgeist so perfectly. They just could fucking smell it in the air, and they just like lightning in a bottle, you know? Like they were together for like a year before they got famous. The White Stripes had to grind. Like White Stripes had like 3 records before that, you know? Dude, come on. They all sound like if Drain You was on Insecticide. Is how they sound. Like if Drain You had been on one of the other records. Like if Drain You had been on Bleach, this is how it would sound. Yeah, the Monarchs. Exactly. That's the thing. That's a good fucking explanation. That would explain, like, pimping us out on a planetary scale for artistic content. I mean, that's what I would do. You know, like, or like, even just like if the story is that like this was founded as a mining colony and then abandoned at some point, and then since then, you know, random like fail sons and ne'er-do-wells have been able to, you know, take their turn exploiting the planet. You know, what if like an artsy nephew took over Earth and he was just like, oh, I'm going to make these humans pump out, you know, post-punk double records. Yeah, that's what I mean. Maybe they're fucking weirdos, yeah. Or they're just like their own like a, you know, like their drug combo is to like debilitates like the creative part of their brain or something. Or just like you just want variety. Like you could have 10 planets like Earth just so you could have like 10 times more like okay computers. You know? No. I mean, that's one of the good explanations. No. But then that's the kind of evidence against it, right? Or an artist's lifestyle was, you know, generally subsidizable, or like, you know, you could get by until very recently. Perhaps that's led to tensions between the, you know, the occupier and the occupied. I mean, it's scales, you know, like it's mathematic scales. I feel like that would have a universal appreciation, like. I mean, I don't know, like, would a Neanderthal enjoy the same music? Maybe they'd like different music? I mean, and again, the story is we're like a derivative of them. You know, we're like a mini them, basically, right? If they're like 10 foot tall and like perfectly symmetrical and live for thousands of years, you know, we're like a shitty knockoff of them, right? So it would stand the reason that we can produce content that they would appreciate. But it's been long enough, though. Like, that's what I'm saying. That kid grew up in a family whose dad liked Nirvana when, you know, Nirvana was big. That's beautiful, you know? Or a predictive market, that's an explanation, right? Like, yeah. They could be gambling off everything we do. That's what I mean, though. Like, if in that case, though, like, in recent years, our ruling class has been fucking with their ability to rig the bets, you know? Like, they've been fucking, like, their selfishness and, you know, sort of, like, single-minded, you know, exploitative, you know, like, death drive has made it, you know, so that we're not, you know, so that we're underperforming in certain areas that they value more than pure financial gain, you know. Like, it's hard to see how our oligarchs' just relentless pursuit of imaginary money, it's hard to see how NHI would want that, you know? Like, it's hard to see why they would prioritize that type of accumulation, you know? It's not like they're all... Well, I guess, like, other than, like, antiquities and whatnot, they're not even, like, hoarding a single resource. You know, it's not even like they have, like, oh, we're gonna own all the copper, or we're gonna own all the land in this region. Like, they own land and stuff, they own a lot of shit, but it's not like there's a disproportionate centralization of specific assets or resources in the hands of the 1%, right? I mean, I'm not saying I have obviously this is one of the better explanations. It's better than they're pimping us out for fucking alien slave colonies or whatever, or, you know, the minivan.
It's definitely one of the top 2 best cities in America. Krystal and Los Angeles are beautiful homes. But yeah, no, feel free to play here. We love
Made a big gamble. At first contact would be made before X date, and it's coming soon, so someone is trying to manipulate the markets by stealthily sending UAPs. Yeah, that would work. You playing another song? Are you done? What band has like a several minutes long conversation with the crowd after the show is over? It's so weird. That's a long set for them, an hour and 12 minutes. They usually play like 35 minutes. Dude, they keep showing me this Hum show. It keeps ending up in my feed. I don't even really like Hum. They're alright. They're no sap. Let's look at what the rest of that guy's shows were. Concert videos, NYC. This guy, Shambling History. Just look at what shows this guy goes to. The Watson twin? I don't know about that, bro. Avalon Emerson and the Charm. This looks like it might be cool. Yeah, Zoo, aren't you like fucking on records and whatnot? Give us. Kidding me? This kind of sucks. Maybe it's just the sound. This might be better on the record. I only listen to Lithium and Green Day on Sirius. They have a Green Day radio station now. It's really good. I guess sometimes I listen to Little Steven. Oh, shit. No, not. Whoa.
ICE is pushing back while there are trucks right behind the protesters.
Oh, wait a minute. I want to watch this thing about the fucking Texas race. Whoa. Wow. Holy shit. Wow.
Whoa. I'm with you, I'm with you.
Fucking hogs, man.
A protester's leg got run over.
Why are they driving an 18-wheeler over protesters?
Folks, with my own eyes, I just saw ICE push a protester into a moving 18-wheeler, causing that protester's leg to get run over by the truck.
Wow.
ICE is pushing back while there are trucks right behind the protesters.
Damn. Shit.
Ken Paxton, your opponent, has taken to calling you Talafrico.
Well, I think if Ken Paxton is worried
Talafrico.
about freaks, he should stop giving Epstein-style sweetheart deals to pedophiles.
If you have not been paying attention to the U.S. Senate race in Texas, I am telling you, it is getting really good. And it's mainly because of the Democratic candidate, James Talarico. So last night, something incredible happened, which I will get to in just a second. Incredible, though, not surprising. But the real reason I'm doing this video today is because I came across two videos of James Talarico that just blew me away. Like, I was already familiar with Talarico. I've done, I think, 1 or 2 videos on him. But this man is such a good communicator and such an actual fighter that I was a little jarred by the clip that I saw, even though it shouldn't be surprising to see a Democrat fighting the way he is. It did surprise me. But first, let's get to what happened last night. And that is Ken Paxton winning the Senate primary on the Republican side against John Cornyn, who had been the Republican senator for over 2 decades. And Cornyn was essentially taken down by Trump as Trump endorsed Paxton and led to this result with Paxton at 63.8% and John Cornyn at 36.2%. We'll get to Paxton in a second here and his whole background, but he's a terrible person.
Yeah.
Which means, of course, he was going to win this race. We're
He's
talking
from the
about a
Hexus wing
Republican
of the
primary.
party.
The absolute worst person is going to win because that typically is who Donald Trump's going to endorse. And that was the result here. So before I even get to the whole breakdown of how horrible Paxton is, I got to get to this clip. So Paxton apparently has been called, or Talarico has been called Talafrico by Ken Paxton. We're going to get to some of the other
I call him the
attack lines that
Democrats.
Republicans are using against him, which are just incredible. But let me get to Talarico's response to Paxton here, calling him Talafrico, and this is one of the videos that impressed me.
Ken Paxton, your opponent, has taken to calling you Talafrico.
Well, I think if Ken Paxton is worried about freaks, he should stop giving Epstein-style sweetheart deals to pedophiles. You know, this is the guy who just released Adam Hoffman from jail and admitted child rapist after one of Ken Paxton's wealthy lawyer friends got involved in the case. Ken Paxton even kept him off the sex offender registry. Adam Hoffman was supposed to serve 25 years to life, but instead he served less than a month. As of this week, he's now back on our streets because of Ken Paxton's corruption. Ken Paxton is the most corrupt politician in America, and it is costing
a month.
It's endangering our children, and it must end. I think the Epstein class has no place in Texas, and this November, we're going to come together to defeat Ken Paxton and take back our state for the people.
My man went right for the jugular. He calls you Talafrico. Yeah, well, he defends pedophiles. It's just like, all right. I mean, he's correct. That's correct. That's what you should be saying if that's what your candidate is doing. But it was just jarring to be like, wow, this guy's actually fighting. He's willing to call out the absolute insanity and disgusting nature of many of these Republican lawmakers and does not hold back. On that point, Rick Perry. Do you remember Rick Perry? I do.
Perry.
The former governor of Texas, Republican governor, of course, and has since...
Steve Perry.
I wouldn't say he's evolved. I guess he has somewhat, but he's changed a bit. Regardless, he also hammered this point on Ken Paxton. Paxton initially offered a plea deal to a man who admitted to molesting a child to serve only 1 day in jail. So
1 day.
Clearly, Paxton, not a fan among Republicans, or at least wasn't. We're going to get to what happened following last night's victory by Paxton. But first, let's just go over some of the history here as the CNN recaps. Paxton was indicted on felony securities fraud charges a decade ago. Eventually, in 2024, he reached a pretrial agreement involving community service and restitution. He also faced a civil case on similar allegations brought by the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, though that case was thrown out in 2016. His own aides reported him to the FBI in 2020 for alleged corruption. No case was brought, but Paxton's firing of the aides was ruled improper in a $6.6 million judgment. The GOP-controlled state house impeached him in 2023, though he was later acquitted by the state Senate. This man was too extreme for the GOP-controlled state house in Texas. He has the kinds of mortgage problems that Trump administration has repeatedly claimed could be serious crimes, at least when they involved Trump's foes. Speaking of the fact that this man apparently claimed that he has 3 homes that are all his primary residences. This is as a way to secure favorable mortgage rates. He has faced allegations of infidelity, including when his wife, State Senator Angela Paxton, filed for divorce last year, citing biblical grounds. So Paxton's a freak.
Biblical grounds.
I mean, that's putting it lightly. He apparently was even a freak to Republicans until he won the primary. So as Rolling Stone reports here, Republicans scrambled to pretend they've always liked Ken Paxton. Check out what happened here. So as they write, the National Republican Senate Committee deleted months of press releases criticizing Paxton, an alleged philanderer and kleptocrat, as a liability to Republicans with too many skeletons in his closet. So after
this is how
Paxton
Trump
won
likes
last
him.
night, these were erased from the internet. So this is from the National Republican Senate Committee scrubbing their links. So these are the links that existed. Ken Paxton caught using taxpayer dollars to buy hotel rooms for donors. Paxton's lies and incompetence keep piling up. Ken Paxton is standing in conservatives' way. NRSC statement on Angela Paxton's decision to divorce Ken Paxton. So they were clearly working against him to try and help John Cornyn while Paxton won. And what happened to those links? Well, let's check the first one there. Ken Paxton caught using taxpayer dollars to buy hotels for his donors. Here's the NRSC.org link. It is gone. they deleted it off the page because he is now their candidate. Incredible stuff. There's also many deleted tweets from Republicans who were once criticizing Paxton. Now those are all scrubbed off the internet. Amazing. But here are the attacks that Paxton is using against
Talarico.
And finally, he's a threat to our very way of life and our values. I mean, he's a vegan who thinks God is non-binary and that there's actually 6 biological sexes. It's hard to imagine someone more radical than that.
There is so much there that is just so absolutely absurd. First, let's take this bit by bit. Let's start with the idea that he's vegan. So to be clear, James Talarico is not vegan. Not that it matters if he was. Who the fuck cares? You are a corrupt piece of shit that protects pedophiles. And one of your main complaints about your opponent is that he's vegan when he isn't even vegan. But this is the name, one of the names that Paxton tried to use on Talarico.
How about Tofu Talarico? You know,
he's workshopping names to call James Talarico, one of them being Tofu Talarico. Do you know where this stems from? You are going to lose your... This really helps to showcase how fucking stupid Republicans are. Talarico visited a taco shop in Austin with Obama on May 12th and ordered a breakfast taco made with potatoes, egg, and cheese without any meat, which isn't even vegan. It's vegetarian, for God's sake. But just because you choose to have a meal without any meat doesn't all of a sudden make you a vegan or a vegetarian. But apparently to Republicans, they must have nothing on Talarico. If this is one of their main
He's like a fucking do-gooder religious
it's
type.
absolutely insane. The other one, of course, God, he thinks God is non-binary. So that stems from this clip here. It's a few years old, I believe.
God is both masculine and feminine and everything in between. God is non-binary.
This is just speaking to the fact that God isn't a person. Like, I'm not going to get into spirituality here, but that's what this is speaking to. But no, according to Republicans, here's Ted Cruz.
This libtard doesn't think God has a giant cock and balls.
My God has a dick, a large, massive dick. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Again, it goes to show how little these people have to work with. They have no way to actually attack this man. Their person in Paxton, massive corrupt politician that was to the point where he was even impeached by the GOP.
God is non-binary.
Texas House. That's how corrupt Paxton is. Yet, well, sure, we got a corrupt jackass, but this guy thinks God doesn't have a penis, so must not elect him. Texas will never elect you. Fucking lunatics. Here is Fox News on this.
He'll never be Cornyn, but he might be Paxton. Megan seems to be hedging on that idea. What do you think?
You know, I think that Talarico versus Paxton is a sort of intelligence test that a lot of people are failing right now. The idea that Talarico is a moderate vanilla candidate that Democrats are running when he has said that there are more than 6 genders, that God is non-binary, and that that's going to pass the smell test among Texas voters in particular. Again, a lot of people are failing the very basic intelligence test on that one.
Banging angels, obviously.
A lot of people are absolutely failing the basic intelligence test on this.
That's why they call it God. In the deleted books, he's known as the angel banger. The angel pussy getter.
Paxton. So stupid.
All the angelic choirs.
Fox News again, but this is funny because they are just basically
What that God
saying
be.
what Talarico has been saying about Paxton.
Paxton will now face Democrat James Talarico, who wasted no time attacking
Demon
Paxton
rat.
online. His campaign posting this, quote, "This is Ken Paxton's mugshot."
They go by Demon
He was
Rat.
indicted on 3 felony counts for investment fraud. He was reported to the FBI by his own staff for bribery. He was impeached by his own party for corruption. Now he is the Republican nominee.
Yeah, but that's all
for
true,
US
isn't
Senate
it?
in Texas.
So it took Fox News literally having to read a social media post from the Talarico campaign to get this information out about Paxton to their viewers. But whatever, regardless, at least at some point, people watching Fox News, as long as they're watching at 9 in the morning Eastern time, are getting the information. We'll see how this goes. Look, Paxton had been heavily criticized by Republicans before this victory, including on Fox News. Came across a Fox and Friends clip where they were discussing how Paxton is
Little angel
not the greatest candidate for a general election. But they're going to get behind him now. All of Fox News being just sliver of it,
Angel,
but all of
pussy
right-wing
eater,
media is
and
going to get behind
fucker. Yeah.
Paxton in this race
That's
against Tallarico.
that's
And they're going
God's
to
real
focus
name.
because they have nothing else to focus on, apparently, on how he's vegan, even though he's not, on how he says God doesn't have a dick, and on how he supports transgender rights. Oh my God, what a crazy individual to support human rights. So this is going to continue. Last thing I want to end on here is actually a clip I came across this clip today, but
I mean,
this happened a year
they
ago. This
do.
is
It's like the
Tallarico
silent
on
majority
Joe Rogan's
thing.
podcast,
It's
which,
like where they
despite
insist that there's
being
somehow the
alone at this point,
majority
he has on
anywhere.
the
They're not
occasional
in
good
Texas
guest
either.
that results in a good
Yeah,
conversation.
exactly.
And this
There's
was one
plenty
of
of
them.
fucking
So
libs in
this is a
Texas.
long clip. I'm not gonna. You know what? I will play it. I'm gonna play it for you here. If for some reason I have to cut it out, maybe it's copyright claimed. I don't know what may happen.
Like the
If that's
people
the
that
case,
this
then
guy,
it will be missing from the end of this video, but I will link to it below. Basically, it is a story about
the
when
farms have
Tallarico
been
was a teacher
consolidated too.
and his experience with a
like
certain student that got him to sort of center his political worldview.
they've
So
like the way that they've hoarded the wealth of the world is resulted in fewer and fewer of people in their class, or in their coalition of subclasses, if you will. Like there used to be like thousands of fucking like rich old white guys that owned all the cattle ranches and whatnot. And now it's just like fucking, three like, fucking conglomerates in, Neo Tokyo or whatever, Like I realize that's a fictitious city, but it's more the concept of a far off shareholder location. They don't prop up. It's like the way Trump cutting all the money for the liberal NGOs and the USAID, like not understanding that like subsidizing that intellectual middle class is essential. That's like a load bearing fucking totem of the neoliberal empire, right? Like they need to have that class of people to go out on the street and protest in, like in Eastern Europe, right? They need those. They need to pay those people, or else they're not going to defend you like that. The same concept, I think, all throughout the world, right? Is like the way that they have ransacked the global economies. It's just put less and less of them in positions of power, so they have to resort to more drastic forms of control, like more aggressive propaganda and voter suppression and fascist authoritarian power grabs, Yeah, it's a very large, diverse place with many kinds of people, most of them not rich enough to vote for the Republicans. And I also think too, the culture war stuff I think is less powerful. Like Republican primaries I think are really hard to gauge, like Trump's handpicked successor, is that because everybody else who knows Trump is a scumbag, who knows Paxton's a scumbag, didn't come out and vote, right? Or did they cheat to put Paxton in there? Because I think the primaries, I think the parties can cheat pretty easily, right? Usually. I think I really don't, as little as I trust the democratic like oversight of the federal elections, I don't have that same trust in the primaries. Again, because the two parties run them independently of oversight. There's no neutral authority. It's just the party runs the primary. So I don't know if Cornyn actually is more popular or whatever, or they just somehow cheated. Hard to say. But I definitely think Tallarico can win. I don't know. I think it is going to be an interesting case study just because of the broad dissatisfaction with Trump's second term, how how real is that? Like amongst the electorate, the people who vote, which is like a very small segment of the country. I think, the majority of people, I think, have given up on electoral politics. I think that's like, a professional class, like, for the most part, like, interest. What do you mean? It definitely exists. I'm talking about national polling is what I'm saying. So based on national polling, the country is increasingly dissatisfied with Trump and the Republicans. They blame him for the war, for Epstein, for all a number of different things, right? People are dissatisfied. ICE, right? That is real, right? But does that translate into a statewide election like Tallarico versus Paxton? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a good barometer. Does it suppress Republicans and turn out? I also think Tallarico's good, and I think he's got like he hits a nice little fucking lane there, right? Like that's how you court the center with somebody like that, right? If you're genuinely trying to court centrists and not just providing cover for an excuse to do hawkish right-wing Democrat policy. I think that's what most Democrats who claim to be courting the center, like Schumer, I think that's just bullshit. I think Schumer knows that's bullshit. I think he is just trying to justify his right-wing politics. So he claims that this is like appealing to some moderate middle ground, what's it called, the Baileys, right? I think that's made up. I think that's all fictitious. To the extent that there's anybody inside the Democratic Party who is genuinely trying to appeal to middle of the road people who are not, hardcore partisan Republicans, and or casual voters or whatever. Yeah, I think that could work. Maybe not in Texas, but you see what Paxton is. It's a pretty good test case because I think Tallarico is a good candidate as far as Democratic candidates go, and I think Paxton's a bad candidate as far as Republican candidates go, right? And the Democratic Party, the DNC, didn't want this guy. They wanted the other guy, right? The Jasmine Crockett, right? So the fact that he beat out Jasmine Crockett, I think already says a lot, But then the voter suppression, fucking, what's his name? Paxton is on the record saying that, right? He's like, oh, if I hadn't cheated, Trump would have lost, right?
So I don't want to give too much away because the story is worth listening to. Check it out. I will end on this.
My first year of teaching, my principal told me that I was going to get this kid named Justin, who had gotten kicked out of his elementary school the year before because he had brought a knife to school and threatened to.
He seems like a good
stab
kid.
His fifth grade teacher.
I bet you he likes Nirvana.
So I was, again, first year teacher, kind of freaked out, right? The kid shows up. One, he's not a monster. He's an 11-year-old boy, right? Like this high, right?
If you're nice to him, he'll be nice to you.
I took him aside, introduced myself, told him I was happy he was in class, told him I wanted to get to know him. He gradually started to raise his hand a little bit more in class. He was super smart, super just quick. He also had like a great smile. He's very popular with the,
it's 3
with the
hours
girls in
already?
the class. A lot of personality.
Oh, man, I gotta go
and
early
I started to
tonight.
invite him to our little
Let's crank it up.
lunch group because I had kids who came and ate in my classroom during lunch, and we started to kind of build a rapport. And he didn't have a lot of male teachers, so I think that was helpful.
Yeah, I
to
didn't have
see
a male teacher until I was in 7th
a
grade.
guy as a teacher and be able to build
He used to
relationships
come to
with
my
him.
football games.
Anyway, right before winter
Mr.
break
Price.
that
Nice
year,
guy.
he it's the last day of school. He brought me this.
I got in trouble one time
wrapped
for
gift.
asking
The wrapping was all
if
janky, but I opened it up and it was this little cup with a snowflake on it that he had bought at the Dollar Tree for his teacher. Again, this is a kid who was going to stab his 5th grade teacher. A few months later, he's bringing a snowflake cup to his 6th grade teacher. And I was feeling like I was on top of the world as a teacher. I was like, who's going to make the movie, right? Like, here I am, right?
Sandra Bullock's going to play you.
Yeah, when did he go on Rogan? I don't remember this.
And then I came came back after winter
We
break.
should listen to that.
I was in my third period class, and I heard this.
What did they
commotion out
talk
in the hallway,
about?
So I immediately stepped out of the room to see what was going on. And there were two of our coaches, and they were both restraining Justin. Either side
Did
of
they
him.
talk about Jesus?
They were carrying him out of the school. He
He's
was
obviously
screaming.
wearing a mask, hiding his
feet
lizard
didn't
face.
touch the
This is
ground.
2
Like, he
years
literally was
ago?
just carried out of the school. I found out that he had started a fight in his third grade class.
Why did Rogan have him
and
on?
That was his last strike.
Why?
And it was the last time I ever saw Justin. I did some digging to figure out what had happened. Turns out, in the previous semester, Justin had been seeing a therapist that was provided by the school district.
Yeah, he probably deserves to be
this lady
stabbed
that
once
he
or
really was
twice.
hitting it off with and
Mm.
getting along with. And
No,
they were going
what do
through
you
all
mean?
his issues because Justin had been abandoned.
Something
by his
happened.
mother
This guy was in the
at a
news,
very
and Rogan
early
booked
age,
him.
which that'll screw
You know,
anybody up, right? Justin had experienced violence, had experienced all this trauma. And so for the first time, there was a professional who was helping him work his way through it. And there was a teacher who liked him and who believed in him. And that was all it took for Justin to see all of these improvements. And I found out that after winter break, that
He got
because
expelled.
of budget cuts from the legislature, the district had eliminated the therapist. So this lifeline suddenly went away for Justin. So literally everybody had abandoned Justin, including his own mother. And now the adults
why
that he was
didn't
trying
like
to trust
the
again were
fucking
abandoning him.
assistant principal or
And
whatever
so that was the
take this kid in?
radicalizing
Like,
experience for me, because these people at the state capitol had cut $5 billion from our schools. Who knows why? Who knows what the justifications were? But I saw firsthand how that screwed up a kid's life. I saw the damage that did to real flesh and blood human beings. And so I promised myself
Some video
right now
about the
that if I
Ten
ever got
Commandments?
a little bit of
Oh.
power or a little bit of influence,
8
that
months
I would do
ago?
everything I could with every fiber of my being to stop that
So
from happening.
when he was running
If
against
you enjoyed
Jasmine
this video,
Crockett,
please hit like and subscribe and check out some of the other
could he
videos
have
I
booked him
on-
because he hated Jasmine Crockett? Maybe? That sounds about right. Joe's become more. That's what did they talk about God? I never heard Rogan talk about religion. That sounds like I feel like I probably, obviously I wouldn't like it, but, you know, kind of interested, like car crash. Wow. That didn't look like a meteor. That it came in, they look like it slowed down. What? I didn't see this part of it. Wow. So it fucking comes in.
Eu tô muito intrigado com esse negócio. Porque ele tá se movendo.
Look. So it comes in hot. And then fucking. Oh, can you not see it? Oh man, yeah, I gotta move that. Look. So it looks like it slows down a little bit. He was famously an atheist, but I think it's more about his social class. Or is he getting older? Probably a little bit of both, no? So it fucking.
Eu tô muito
It
intrigado com esse
flies
negócio.
down like.
Porque ele tá se movendo. Ele tá indo literalmente em direção do círculo ali, ó. Amor, olha que o negócio começou lá atrás.
Você tá arrumando isso aí?
Tá dando pra filmar. Pô, eu tô sentindo um negócio muito louco na barriga, puxando a barriga assim, ó.
Yeah, so then that's funny when you like it seems more
Não
embarrassing
tem nada no céu.
to be famously an atheist and then later become
Gente, olha,
religious.
não tem nada.
Like
Nada,
Russell
nada,
Brand.
nada no céu. Nada no céu. E o
I don't think
negócio tá
Rogan's that
mexendo
bad,
lá.
is he? Russell
Ele
Brand
tá
is fucking
mexendo
gross,
só
man.
ali.
Yeah, Russell Brand just wants to fuck moms. It's true.
E ele começou lá no canto, agora ele chegou bem perto do círculo.
I'm not reading this. What did she say?
Não é possível que tá mexendo só ali, mano. Andando. Tá andando, Henrique. Tá bom.
Is there something down there at the moment? I think it makes them really quickly.
É a maior prova de vida extraterrestre que tem. Olha lá, ele chegou bem pertinho, ó. Ele tá mexendo lá dentro agora.
I mean, the crop circles honestly look like it's some sort of messages to, like it's like a UPC, that, you know, it's like a QR code that you scan from orbit. What is that?
Aqui ainda. Olha, olha. É só ali, gente.
Yeah, that was so funny with him on Piers Morgan. Oh my god, yeah. Dude, one of my favorite clips I've seen in a long time. It's so good. Oh.
Ó, o crop circle tá aqui e aí o vórtice de energia tá indo pro
Circle
outro lado.
aqui.
Tô ficando com bastante tontura.
From this height, Oliver's Castle, one of the most often debated observations, was made early one morning in 1996. A young man who had spent the night here and had brought a video camera with him was woken during early dawn by a humming sound.
He gave him so many opportunities to get out of it too, and he just kept going. He could have just read anything. He had the Bible in front of him.
When he supposedly, for the first time in history, managed to film the creation of a crop circle.
Oh yeah, this video. Yeah, no way this is fake. Yeah. Like this video.
That the crop circle was not here on the previous day but had appeared on the following morning was a fact.
And then he had the video by like lunchtime, right? So he must have somehow gotten like dozens of people to help him make the crop circle the night before, and then wake up and pretend to be surprised by it and document it. Then quick run to the lab, the non-existent computer lab in, you know, whatever this was, like 1980 something or 90 something. And make like this incredible fake video. Like, no chance. Right?
That John Whaley was here at dawn could be confirmed by a military patrol that happened to be jogging by at the time. John went to the local pub later that same day and showed his film to the people.
Yeah, he already had it by the next day.
That he had managed to manipulate the film with computer
No
animation
time.
in the meantime.
Yeah.
Something that computer animation experts doubt.
It's
To
not computer
overlay a
animation
perfect
now.
animation over a handheld, unstable film would need several days of work using the computer equipment of that time. Even today, the film is still a great mystery, and John has gone underground due to the intense interest that his film created.
Yeah, like just the timeline doesn't add up for that to be fake. I think that's why the MH370 video I think is real too. Because that same thing, the video appeared online like within days of the plane missing, like before I think they even knew where it was. Mm. What? The first ever telegraph wire? Mm. I don't know what the fuck this is. What's a mystery? Sounds pretty chill. A lady from a Search of Type show by Arthur C. Clarke. She witnessed orbs like this creating a crop circle. It was from the 80s. Yeah, that's what I mean. Crop circles have a lot of credible evidence. I think that also the fact that the MI6 was so interested in debunking them should lend them a lot of credibility. Like the fact that the intelligence agencies were interested enough to like do the whole Doug and Dave thing and like put them on the cover of, the newspaper and say, "Oh, it's a hoax. We fixed it. We solved it." Right? Like why would you do that if it was like some, harmless thing, right? Like why would you do that if it was just some mundane thing? You would never go through all the trouble of like doing this complicated propaganda campaign where you were trying to like take credit for like crop circles all over the world. Yeah, not even getting into that stuff, right? The molecular changes to the wheat, right? Like where you can see the stalks are like bent, like they're not dead, they're not broken. They're just like it's like it looks like some sort of beam zapped it, Yeah, Doug and Dave said they did it and they used pole vaults. That's how they didn't make tracks. They would pole vault throughout the fields and not leave tracks. These fucking two old men. I'm not kidding. Like, you could see, you see tracks. Sometimes they were made where you could see, where like skeptics were able to say, "Oh, look, there's a track there. They could have walked into it or whatever." Other times it's like there's no way to get to it without, again, somehow pole vaulting without disturbing the crops. Or like, I guess, sort of like hovercraft. But like, it's just, they couldn't make them during the day when cameras were watching. But they somehow made these much more complicated ones in the middle of the night, in the rain. Also, like, it's summertime in England, there's only a couple hours of night, like 4 or 5 hours of nighttime. That was like a microwave beam. And that's another one where it's like, okay, so maybe that could be humans, but what are they doing it for? Why? If that's humans, why? Same thing with like the mystery drones. If that's Russia or China, why? The Guerrilla Art Project. Wow.
They've been coming on. They were 7 lights.
Wow, look at them. Again, who's gonna fake this in 1994? This requires so much, like, computer equipment in 1994? For what purpose? It's not even like we know the guy's name.
They're keeping pace with us.
People try to say that's like oil rigs in the distance. No fucking way is that oil rigs in the distance. No chance. What? What do you mean? Shotgun in space? What Artemis 2 discovered on the dark side of the moon? Really?
Okay, so
Astrum.
let's take a
Really?
look at the latest from Disclosure Day, which is
Steven Spielberg and
about to
Coleman
start selling
Domingo,
tickets
I really
on Wednesday,
believe.
27th of May.
Joe Rogan spreads
We
his
have
cheeks for Epstein
couple of things that
class.
are
Yo, Kyle's so
mysterious, if you
fucking hard.
Don't mind me saying.
Dude.
They have these sort of announcements that are
Oh,
happening.
Professor
and they're
Pape was
telling
on today?
people
I didn't know
to,
that.
keep your eyes
We missed
on
the
the ground
Pape, a
tomorrow.
Pape sesh.
Disclosure Day only in theaters June 12th, 2026. And they have these images. Lake Hollywood Park. Do you think there could be others? We deserve to know the
What?
truth. Huh. So maybe something is going to happen there. Some kind of publicity stunt about the film. Sounds interesting, right? Let's watch another one. And this from a mall, I think. That seems like a mall.
Can
Not
some of
sure
y'all
which one
subscribe,
it is,
maybe?
but if you guys
Why ain't
recognize
somebody
it,
hook
please
Sledge
let
up
me
with a
know
sub?
in the comment section down below. And City Market,
That would be
it
sick.
says, Kansas City. Okay.
I gotta
So,
go soon. I got a meeting
I
in
don't
the
know
morning.
if something on site is going to happen, some kind of guerrilla marketing stunt or something, but it seems mysterious. It seems very interesting, and it's ramping up, right? So I wanted to talk about a little bit of, you guys know my previous video was about this accusation against the CIA and specifically Dr. Kit Green, Christopher Kit Green. I showed you a clip
Can y'all subscribe?
where John Burroughs talks about how they think that DNA has potentially
No
some
commercials?
kind of correlation with
Hey,
the phenomena,
Zooters.
right?
Thanks,
DNA
dog.
of certain people.
He gets Zoot drunk, and then he can sub.
And Green were interested in, this is how they laid it on the line. They feel that certain people and bloodlines trace back in time that may deal with
shit.
what we're encountering.
No
And
way.
then they feel, the big question was, when you have an encounter, is it because of that?
Alright, now
or
somebody can give
when you
2
do, does it
or more,
modify you? And they never were
then the
clear
song will
on
keep
where I
playing.
stood, okay? They got my stuff through when they did the VA heart surgery, I found out. Then he came back later and got
That's how it works.
a
We gotta
saliva
keep the ball
sample.
rolling.
He wanted to put me in that 100-person program. And then he did some DNA testing on myself
It's
and my
a
son.
leaking.
But they feel that, I think, and again, I don't like how they talk about my case because no one's been disingenuous. He did come and try to get my DNA, but I never gave it to him. They got
It's
it
a laughter
through
house. Oh, too, because I watched the Animal Farm. Right.
and then I gave it to Green to put off.
Right.
Well, if you go
Really?
off what no one else guys say, it's a blood off.
Okay.
It goes back to
Nobody?
ancient times.
And as a point of clarification, just for the viewers, Nolan did claim that he got a sample of your blood, but he
You can
actually
do
got
it.
it through the VA, right?
Yeah, Nolan stole his blood.
'Cause here's how it went. Him and Kelleher.
Nolan
Green met
stole
with
blood.
my
He's
attorney
a
and
blood
I,
thief.
in Sedona. And he tried to sell me on doing an
Nolan.
MRI on the brain and DNA. I wouldn't do the DNA because I said,
Come on.
I said, how are you going to test this and what are you looking for? He said, there's only
Come
2
on.
labs in the world that could do it, blah, blah. So eventually I just said, how would I know if what you're telling me is true or not anyway? So I declined the DNA. We're going to talk more about the MRI. But the next thing you know, he called Pat back that evening and sent Kelleher and Nolan down and met with us in Flagstaff the next day. And I
Hey,
refused.
Ween Dog.
So they went back.
Ween Lord.
So he bought a lobotomist and everything. They were going to take the blood. So he didn't
Fucking
get it.
hooking up
Then,
Raiden
when I did the surgery,
Renards.
I found out, well, there were 2 things.
Yo.
Alexander told me they did it, but there's
That's a
stuff
real
that I
hype
got
train,
proof
too.
of that there was a DOD.
What? Fucking, let's do it, dude. Look.
I think that's pretty clearly supported by the Constitution.
Pretty clearly supported by the Constitution.
The humans are suffering so much.
Dude.
How can we help them?
I'll eat this and I will meditate. In 30 to 45 minutes, I will have a solution.
What are you doing?
I'm washing away the sin.
The humans are suffering so much. How can we help them?
I'll eat this and I will meditate. In 30 to 45 minutes, I will have a solution.
Shake it to the ground, bring it back up, around. Now you know what's up. Dude, this one only has 3 views. Are you shitting me? Oh, dude, hold on. Damn, this one's sick. Two more gift subs to level 2, and then we can hear the next part of the song. Hey, Giorgiani. Crank time. God. Damn, I'd love to hang out with these guys. Oh wow, they seem like Stalin. Dude, they like Grush and Stalin and agriculture. Dude. Damn. Yeah, they're fucking me. Dude. Good. I feel like I could make these on, you know, on demand. Like, you know, if you gave me like half a dozen videos of whatever topic you wanted, I could do a fucking cool ass video for your shit. I have an extensive catalog of, you know, exotic crank segments. You can do a lot. You can do a lot with them. I think I'd like the challenge. Could I make one of these that's not just about the stream? Hey, Skepti. Thanks, dude. All right. Cool. Thanks, y'all. Yeah. I mean. Dude.
The doctor followed me around everywhere. They were taking all my tissue, my samples, and he had blood drawn from me that went off site. So that's when they got the initial DNA, the blood and the tissue. They got, not only did they get blood, but they got tissue, including the valve that was damaged. And then The second time is I gave a saliva sample to Green. Now, he could say that he got it through Green, but I gave it to Green. I didn't give it to
Nolan. Okay.
And right now, one of the stories that is not being talked about that much is that there is a number of people who are experiencers or claim to be experiencers who are also feeling persecuted and threatened. And the best example of this is not somebody who's being persecuted, but he sadly has been turned into a pariah of sorts, which is Chris Bledsoe. The intelligence committee has been surrounding Chris
because
Bledsoe
he said
for many,
Israel's
many
going to try to
years,
nuke
and his
Iran.
entire family, and they
I'm
made them
telling
feel
you.
like they're special. And parts of the film from Steven Spielberg, it's sort of like this plot,
That was in the Taken though too. Like there's certain families that are abductees that get followed around.
Have certain types of psi abilities that they display. And I think that part of the plot of Disclosure Day is this. And we have a clip of Emily Blunt and a little bit of what she says in the film. And also in this clip, they're going to show a better image of the craft that I thought was potentially triangular, but it's not. It's shaped like a drop, like a water drop of sorts. It's very interesting. So I got to show it to you guys and let me know what you guys think. Okay, so here is Emily Blunt on Disclosure Day.
This film is such an original science fiction story about the idea of non-human life existing in other worlds, and that we are not alone.
It's not about other worlds, it's about this world.
And Margaret is suddenly...
She doesn't know her shit. Like, I've seen her in interviews. Like, she ain't about that crank life.
Who is this? Do not go back to the house. I don't know who you are, but they're gonna kill you. Her and Daniel, they are the beholders of this world-changing...
He would get zapped if he was standing there.
It's always been just the two of you.
Yeah, see, this isn't Taken, this whole thing. Where they have families of abductees, generational,
who are trying to stop
where they, you know,
revealing
like they try to set them up with other abductees.
So here, these new extraordinary gifts that have been bestowed upon them challenge the characters' values and their beliefs out what's possible.
Freak now!
I thought that was an alien at first, but now I think it's like a machine. Oh my god.
Okay, let's watch that again.
Science fiction story about the idea of non-human life existing.
This seems like droplets of sorts.
It looks like a flying saucer,
but
or two of them crashed into this.
Shot, right? And yeah, it's I don't know how you guys are feeling right now.
That's Roswell, I bet. Look at the old car. That's
order that,
or
may or may
one of the early ones. The
so you can check it out.
What's the one?
It's like I don't know. It seems like everything is in place for this film to potentially like
I forget the
try
names
to
of all
explain parts of what's going on. And man, there's
one of
been
the
so
early
many
crash
horrible
retrieval
takes from people
cases
who call themselves
after
journalists
Roswell.
or you know, researchers.
I want to say
They're
like
just
Broken
like
Arrow or
nihilists.
something.
They're not doing it with the best intentions. And it's pretty clear that Steven Spielberg thinks this movie is going to have a massive effect on people. And it's pretty clear that he is making a film as
Cop
accurate as
isn't
possible
dressed like he's in
to what could be
Fallujah.
going
Yeah.
on. And
Just
it's
like
pretty
Andy
clear
Rooney, or,
that
you know, Mickey,
he
what's
has a
his name?
direct line to Dan Farah,
Andy
who
Rooney?
has a direct line to all the people from government and politics and all that who are part of his film.
Who plays? What's the
Farah is trying
Mayberry?
to
The
report
fucking
on
shit.
that film or not?
What's the show I'm thinking
I
of?
agree on some things. I don't agree on others. But that's just the reality of it. Like Steven Spielberg can keep saying that he is not privy to information from people from the government and people from, because he is privy, but it's not direct access, right? I mean, he can do that cop out. That's good for him, but it's kind of hard to
I mean,
believe.
Spielberg plays it off really well if he's
just let me know what you think
like,
about this one in the comment section.
Spielberg plays it off really well if he really doesn't, like, if he's actually in on the secret and he's part of some cover up or whatever, he plays it off really well. Like, to me, he strikes me as somebody like myself who's very interested in the subject and knows a lot about it, you know? That's what I get from him. There's probably some fucking debunker bullshit.
We did it. We have returned to the moon. After 54 years, setting foot on our moon had become a distant memory. All that was left to remind us we ever visited was a collection of grainy film reels, some iconic photographs, and a few hundred kilograms of lunar rock. But on the 1st of April 2026, that changed.
They seem to have been
went back,
working
not
in coordination.
Not on the ground yet, but in the vicinity at least.
In the vicinity,
and
that's some
Artemis
bullshit,
2 wasn't just a repeat of Apollo. It was a total reimagining of how we explore. From high-definition laser streams to real-time observations of meteors slamming into the lunar crust, this 10-day voyage has revealed our closest celestial neighbor in ways we've never seen before.
What about those lights?
But every step into the unknown comes with risk.
What about those fucking flashing
critical
lights?
Engine leaks and malfunctioning life support.
No?
Not all was as
This
smooth
is totally
as
some debunker bullshit.
I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum. Join me today as we leave Earth and head back to the moon.
Eclipse.
We'll look at the triumphs,
Impact flashes.
discoveries, and the narrow escapes of the art. This darkness also allowed for one of the moon's most startling scientific discoveries. While observing the night side of the moon, Wiseman and Hansen spotted quick flashes of light.
You don't know that
These
that's
were
an impact?
flashes,
You don't know that?
millisecond-long bursts of bluish-white light.
You don't know that, motherfucker?
Slamming into the lunar surface at tens of kilometers per second, and
It's firing up the
vaporizing
reactor
from
now.
impact.
Dude, that's where the
crew
fucking
logged
structures
at
are
least
too, in the
6
dark part there.
distinct impacts. In Houston
I wonder if
Science
they timed
Evaluation
it so
Room,
they'd be going
geologists
over
were
that part of the
jumping up and
moon
down with delight.
at that
Witnessing these
time.
events in real time is
I
exceptionally
wonder, dude.
rare and proves that the moon is under
Yo, I wonder. Is that how that works though? But could you time it like that? Could you have? I guess if you're going around the moon, you could have. How long did it take them to transit the moon? It couldn't have taken them that long to go around the moon. A couple hours at most. So you could definitely go over the moon at the time of the month when the lower, that quadrant of the dark side of the moon is dark. Right? So the moon's tidally locked to the Earth, which again is weird. So big. Like, it's so big to have formed naturally like that. Like, it seems way too big to have formed naturally in the Earth's orbit. Dude. Yeah, you can definitely time your trip around the moon so that selected areas of the moon are in darkness when you fly past it. I mean, I'm sure you'd still be able to, this is just the lighting on this particular image, I'm sure you'd still be able to see it, But maybe not on like the webcams, like the publicly accessible video, like the NASA videos of them flying past it. You can't like see anything in the background or anything like that. Interesting.
much more constant bombardment than previous models suggested. The data is critical for the safety of future outposts, and it suggests that the daily flux of meteors spacecraft must be monitored more closely before establishing permanent bases. It turns out, micrometeorite impacts
There's
on
the
the moon
transient
could be
lunar
a much bigger hazard than we
lighting
ever
too.
thought. But it was also a test of human patience. The cabin is roughly the size of a small
You don't think the moon's
and
artificial?
For 10 days, it was home to 4 people. That's not a lot of space, especially if you have toilet troubles.
What?
It might sound silly.
Realin, is that
one of
right
the most
though? Could you
significant
time the
challenges the
mission
Artemis
so
2
that,
crew suffered?
like, say there was a giant fucking Nordic complex in a certain part of the moon, on the backside of the moon, the far side of the moon. Would you be able to time the trip so that that part was in darkness? What's the orbital mechanics work out to you? I don't... Like, say you want it, like, you know, I don't know, like a 30-degree slice of the planet, or, you know, yeah. Could you do it? On the weeds? What do you mean? Yeah, you could, right? That's what I thought. Okay.
Was the toilet. The spacecraft's wastewater venting system malfunctioned several times,
just like
causing
the
storage
USS
tanks to fill prematurely
Ford or
and
whatever.
rendering the toilet unusable for long periods of
Sucks,
time.
dude.
This
That's a pretty nice toilet.
To backup urine collection bags, a messy,
that sucks.
I would imagine mildly disgusting reality of deep space travel. Mission specialist Christina Koch, drawing on her engineering background, became a space plumber, performing
what was wrong with the
in-flight plumbing
toilet?
repairs to keep the system
Why didn't
running.
you just fix it? Yeah, what the
There were
fuck?
lighter moments too, of course. On Easter
What?
Sunday, the crew
Oh, it doesn't
held
work?
a
We're just gonna give
zero-G
up?
egg hunt, searching for packets of dehydrated scrambled eggs hidden around
that's
the
funny.
spacecraft. They were also joined by Rise, a plush
What?
mascot designed by
What's wrong
eight-year-old
with
Lucas
cities?
Yee from Mountain View, California.
Show us the runes.
Rise served as the mission's zero-gravity indicator, a small, hat-wearing plushie that became a viral sensation, symbolizing
Really?
the mission's moonjoy.
I've
and
never
carrying
seen
more
him.
than 5.6 million names of people from Earth on an SD card
Oh.
inside his pocket.
Oh yeah, he had me
It
in
was
there.
A beautiful connection.
I remember
to home.
this.
But
Me and
home
the
is still
kids.
more than a quarter of a million
Yeah.
kilometers away, and as the mission turned back towards Earth,
I sent my
focus
name on all the
gravity shifted
spacecraft.
to a growing concern in the service module's propulsion system. The helium leak detected early in the flight had remained an issue. Helium is used to pressurize the propellant tanks, pushing the fuel into the thrusters, and any loss of pressure could compromise the spacecraft's ability to maneuver. As I mentioned before, NASA's Associate Administrator Amit Kshatriya confirmed that the leak rate in flight was an order of magnitude higher than what was observed on the ground.
What? What's
While it
wrong
didn't
with
threaten
dude?
the safety of Artemis 2, the anomaly
Slugger
has
roll.
forced a significant change in the program's roadmap.
Mm.
NASA has indicated
What?
that the valve system will likely require an extensive redesign before it is certified for the long-duration orbital maneuvers of Artemis 4 in 2028. This is the very essence of why Artemis 2 exists. It is a detailed test objective. This is where we push the limits of the hardware in a controlled environment, if you can ever call space that, so that flaws can be fixed before the stakes get even higher on the lunar surface. But space hazards weren't the only thing troubling the astronauts. One part of the mission people were particularly concerned about was getting home, and specifically re-entry into the atmosphere. Getting to the moon is one thing, but getting back is arguably more dangerous, and that's been the case since the times of Apollo 11. Take a look at my videos covering this on Astrum Extra if you want to understand exactly why. And even after
They put all of our
years,
names on the
method
slave
hasn't
list.
really changed. For the Artemis 2 crew, the return to Earth was a 4-day journey. With
I mean, what if it's like,
integrity reaching a
you
peak
know, a million
velocity of
years in the
nearly
future,
40,000
and they want
kilometers
an
per
example
hour?
of humanity,
This is about
so they get our
32
names
times
off
the speed of
the...
sound.
I guess it's not
Protect the
staying
heat
up
shield
there, huh?
Ryan performed
Never mind.
a skip re-entry. You might remember that from my last video about the mission. The spacecraft hit the upper atmosphere at a
I think I
precise
said-
angle, briefly
maybe
scooped
on the
back up
Dawn
into the void
mission.
to lose kinetic energy and heat.
Maybe
and then
I put my
made
name in
its
some
final
other
plunge.
shit.
This maneuver kept the temperatures on the heat shield around 2,000
Maybe Curiosity.
degrees Celsius, within the safety margins for the modified AVCO
Yeah, what if they find
material.
Curiosity one day and
As
they're
the
like, oh,
capsule
we
slammed
need to
into the
see
atmosphere,
who these humans
friction was so
were.
intense that
Oh,
it
here's some
tore
names
the
right
air
here.
molecules apart,
We'll just dial
turning
them
the
up
surrounding
from the
air
Akashic
into
record.
superheated plasma. This sheath of ionized plasma acted as a signal barrier, blocking all radio communication with the crew.
And then they
For
bring us back
6
to life.
agonizing minutes, they completely cut off from Houston once again.
When I
and the
say I'm
world
an
held its
optimist,
breath
that's
as a
that's what I
single
mean.
pinprick of
Like,
light
that's how
was
I
tracked
think.
by infrared cameras on recovery aircrafts. Through the static, Reed Wiseman's voice finally.
Yeah, they were
burst
worried
through.
about it. It was sort of a, you know, a space shuttle
The
type
relief
situation.
across mission control was instant.
They were nervous about
Moments
it.
later, 3 massive parachutes, each more than 30 meters in diameter, opened against the California sky, slowing the capsule to a gentle 27 kilometers per hour splashdown.
No, dude, I don't trust
Mission
any of these
ended
legacy
at 5:07
aerospace.
PM Pacific Daylight Time on the 10th of April with a bullseye splashdown.
All their
in the
shit is so
Pacific Ocean
fucking
west of
punk.
Baja, California.
Their quality
The
control,
recovery
like,
ship, the USS John P. Murtha, was positioned within a mile of
because the whole supply chain
Navy divers approached
needs to be on above board, right? Like, it can't be a single nut or screw that's off.
A large inflatable raft that wrapped around the floating capsule.
Like, the tolerances
Before
are so
astronauts
exact.
exited the side hatch onto the porch, where they were given initial medical assessments before being hoisted into the MH-60S Seahawk helicopters.
The problem with
and flown to
fucking
ship's medical
capitalism.
bay. Commander Reed Wiseman was last to leave the capsule, but he didn't leave alone. He carried Rise with him, stuffing the mascot into a dry bag on his pressure
Oh my
suit
god, you
to
pussy.
ensure no man.
You should have let him go
Flash
down with
would be
the
left
go down
behind.
with the ship.
Within 24 hours, the crew was back at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, reuniting with their families and marking the end.
Lame. I like space missions that don't come back. What's wrong with the fucking moon, dude? It's like, in the grand scheme of just the military, not even all things, in the grand scheme of the military budget or just the federal budget or whatever, the amount that goes to NASA is so fucking vanishingly small, right? Like, there's no point in complaining about NASA's budget when the military is just the scale. That's what the thing with Doge was, why it was obviously bullshit. But like, the NASA is basically like an addendum to the military budget. You know, it's the contracts they have with all the military industrial complex vendors. For the most part, I mean, there's some new guys now, right? But the vast majority of it is just like deals with Lockheed and Raytheon, etc., providing equipment for science missions. Sucks. It's like everything else. It's like that's the why our entire world is being shitified, because of these same class of fucking ghouls destroying everything, gutting everything from the inside out, right? There's examples of, like, if you actually, you know, pay people good wages and like do good science shit, like there's sparks. Right? You can see NASA has, like, you know, JPL, there's like other NASA centers that are really fucking good at what they do. It's the one in Maryland that can do really good work, and for such a tiny budget too. If you look at like JPL's budget, like they do, you know, all the science missions basically, or a significant portion of them, at like a decent price and, like, you know, on time, good work. It's just that then their competency is exploited by the fucking legacy aerospace people who have all the launch services agreements and whatnot. They have to launch all the science missions, so it's basically, you know, them benefiting off of the competency of JPL and the other NASA centers. That's why, like, I do have, like, I'm optimistic for, like, you know, the people that live here in the long term, because I do think like we can do good shit if we're actually not, you know, maliciously like fucking kneecapped, right? Like everything is just so perverse, like the incentives are all so fucked up, like all of our effort goes into the dumbest, most useless shit. If we actually wanted to go to the moon and do a sick moon base, we could do it, no problem. It's just that the capitalists wouldn't let us, you know?
America is returning to the moon. We are working alongside our many international
But I mean, this guy's gonna fuck it up.
to leverage the incredible capabilities
right?
from commercial industry to build.
Because it's going to be a cash grab for his friends.
We're leveraging the NASA playbook from the 1960s, figuring out what
No,
works
you're not.
and what doesn't in this epic science of survival, because the moon base is as beautiful.
I mean, if this guy did what he said he was going to do,
Today, NASA released their plans for the moon
I would
base.
applaud it.
They want to start building it by 2030.
If he does that nuclear ship,
a few years later. Top brass says the base will stretch hundreds of miles.
No
It'll be
way.
a place where lunar travelers can live, do research, and eventually blast off to Mars. NASA says the mission will happen like this. We're debuting Moonfall to swarm of drones that'll map out the surface, because
dude, they're not going to let you do that.
Location,
Dude,
location.
the Nordics will never let
Then
you do
rovers
this.
and cargo start coming, and you know, the move-in company. Then Americans will start living there permanently. But while NASA's exploring space,
Who told you that,
we're still
Jesse?
trying to figure out what's happening here on Earth.
Ryan Grimm needs to punch
Trump
you
dropped
again.
a fresh batch of UFO files with dozens of videos. Here's a U.S. fighter jet shooting down a UFO over Lake Huron in Michigan.
UFO
That's back
is a
in
balloon.
2023. And check this one out. The military described this flying saucer as pulsating over water.
It is
just
pulsating.
in 2024. And CENTCOM saw this figure flying past one of their posts.
Why is he
in
showing the
2020.
shittiest
Kinda
videos?
looks like a body. I don't
He's
know.
doing the shit,
Even a
dude.
senior
This is
intelligence
debunker
officer
shit.
saw things he couldn't explain. Last year, when he was flying a military helicopter, he claims he saw orange orbs
This is
flaring
trying to
up
make
for
it look
minutes
dumb.
and then landing. The officer was left speechless. Now, we have more questions than answers, but more files are on the way. Unless the
Why
deep
not
state
show the
gets to it
Syria
first.
one? You didn't show the Syria one. Why not?
To it all.
Why not show the instantaneous acceleration video? Why would you avoid that? Why would you avoid that, Jesse Waters? That's so fucking dumb.
When I talked to him about it
See?
on the phone.
That's malicious.
And he said, "What do you think it is?" I said, "Mr. President, I really honestly don't know the answer to that." I said, "But I think we need to know."
The North
And I
is
think
the
you're
uncharted
president to do
realm?
it. And
Okay,
he
okay,
is.
Highlander.
I mean, if they don't kill him first, he's going to turn this. He's going to turn the tables on this thing.
Now, what are they hiding? The government's lied to us for decades about pretty much everything. JFK,
We'd be so
the Gulf
lucky.
of Tonkin, COVID, Russia.
Gulf of Tonkin.
When we ask questions, they call us
Russia.
conspiracy theorists, and then they cover
Notice
up
he
their
didn't say the
little tracks.
Soviet
But
Union.
The truth
He said
is
Russia.
out there. Where have I heard that before? And
Yeah,
we're
see,
gonna
that's like a
find it.
parallax balloon. Come on, Jesse Waters.
It's likely
Dude.
that the president is going to reveal that we are not alone, that there are
Ross,
non-human
come on,
intelligences engaging with this
Did
planet.
you tell Jesse Waters that? You told Jesse Waters that? Oh my god. Jesse Waters is going to be the disclosure guy. Oh man. Dude, we'd be so lucky if they got him. I mean, JD would probably be awful too, but, you know. I feel like JD Vance probably owes less money. Like, is not blackmailed by quite as many people yet.
I can't confirm or deny whether we have kamikaze dolphins.
When did dolphins stop just being animals and start becoming a possibly deadly asset to the CIA, military, and beyond?
The dolphins would never work for you.
It's if they would. If you think the government won't, they absolutely
Who's
would.
this
You can't say
guy?
that we haven't tried to implement them.
NASA-funded
Yeah.
research once tried to teach dolphins English.
What if we could find a way to communicate with these dolphins? If we could communicate with a completely different species, we could talk to aliens.
Yo, where did you find this guy?
Highly intelligent. They're like, how can I weaponize this? How can we make some money off of this?
That sounds like really insane.
Yeah, she's right though.
Like now,
am I reading between the lines correctly?
You absolutely are.
In journalism and in
What?
news, they're like,
Megan.
funny, like kicker story for the end. I can't do that today. I just feel like this PSA is too important. Ross, I know that you have had an experience when you were in the field reporting with dolphins.
Mate.
No way you had an experience?
So you think that there might be an underground society of dolphins and Gerald might be in charge. It's plausible.
I'm saying that the odds are not zero. We learned things today, like, you know, you shouldn't be giving dolphins LSD, and if you're gonna ride dolphins, you should definitely wear a one piece, or else things might happen.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing it up again. Thank you for saying it for me. I was gonna say it again at the end, and then I was like, Megan, you've talked
How can we turn this into a weapon, but also do what they did? Yeah.
So here's a question.
Yeah, I think our dolphin program was pretty half-assed.
Secretary of War,
I could be wrong, but
saying that we might have kamikaze dolphins.
That's kamikaze. Their dolphins is a mini sub.
I tried to move on.
It's a
until I couldn't move on.
It's a sub that they have.
So much more.
They're called
here.
dolphins.
So I started doing some research, and did you know that the U.S. used to fund research to try to teach dolphins to speak
Megan,
English?
how did you not know this?
I'm not kidding you. It sounds fake, but it's absolutely
Oh my
real.
God,
Apparently, our
Megan.
government just used to have like FU money. Could you imagine like sitting around like, oh, I just have all this
Again,
money.
compared to the shit we spend money on now, this stuff was relatively affordable.
This is real, you guys. This is absolutely real. Couple quick facts about dolphins. They are used by our military. There was a scientist who once thought dolphins were so smart they could one day take a seat at the United Nations. There are Cold War experiments involving them. And this one that I have sworn by for years and nobody believes me, they are sexual predators. Welcome to Unreported. I am Megan Medic. So
Did she have a sexual experience with a dolphin?
When did dolphins
Was that thing
stop
with
just
Ross?
being animals and start becoming a possibly deadly asset to the CIA, military, and beyond? Here to prove all of this with me, Mamadou. He is Mamadou from Casual Geographic. Welcome to Unreported.
Thanks for having me. I'm super excited to be here.
I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled that you said yes. I am so excited to collaborate. I found your YouTube channel and I sat there and I started watching your videos. And next thing I knew, 3 days had passed and I was still sitting there watching your videos.
Really?
Your content is
Who's this guy?
gold. How did you get into this?
I wasn't paying attention.
Space? Medic, so here is the question of the show. When did dolphins stop just being animals and start I found this with me. Mamadou. He is Mamadou from Casual Geographic. Welcome to
Casual Geographic.
Thanks for having me. I'm super excited to be here.
I'm thrilled. I'm
Megan,
thrilled that you said yes. I am so
where's his
excited to
page?
collaborate.
Megan, you didn't even
found
link
your
his
YouTube
page.
channel, and I sat there and I started
Oh my
watching
God,
your
Megan.
videos. And next thing I knew, 3 days had passed and I was still sitting there watching your videos. Your content is absolutely gold. How did you get into this space?
Well, first of all, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I didn't even have to pay her to say that. But,
Mamadou.
Because it's true, I swear.
Yeah, I got into it completely by accident. I love telling this story because it's always funny how the dates lined up. You know, I was originally working in environmental management. I majored in environmental science 2019, right before, you know, certain events happened in the world. And when those events happened in the world, I was only 3 months into working like this new position. A lot of our work was based in New York City, which kind of...
No. What? What is it? Casual Geography? Megan. Yeah, Casual Geography. $4 million subscribers. Why was he so hard to find? How come this guy's never been suggested to me? This seems like it'd be right up my alley. Gang Wars of Wales. red panda problem not being talked about? Does he talk about like the fucking... No, are giraffes even real? Maybe not. Red panda problem, no one's... They lied about rhinos and you believe them? Why the Amazon makes Australia look like a joke. Most disrespected animal of 2026. Why we owe a vulture on steroids an apology. How raccoons almost got away with it.
A new study shows raccoons are evolving and trying their hardest to become our pets. Let me explain.
Now, how about
Orangutan crank, yeah.
Raccoons wear masks because they might have pulled the feline finesse on humanity. It's what you
That's what
probably
I'm looking
heard from the
for.
news, with researchers saying that an overachieving trash panda might be the next animal to domesticate itself.
Yeah,
so much
raccoons,
that they're already getting cuter in the
they
process.
have what it takes.
Domestication doesn't just make animals more tolerant of people. It physically changes
They're
them
so
too,
cute.
with changes like floppy ears.
Yeah, that's
curly
epigenetics.
tails, smaller
That's what I was
teeth,
talking about
shorter
earlier.
snout, and one change has folks
They
excited
get
for the
cuter.
future of raccoons. And
Their
it's all
cuteness
because
gene
of
gets
the study.
activated.
By combing through 19,000 raccoon portraits posted to iNaturalist, the study concluded that the urban raccoon snout
Oh my
size
god,
was
look
shorter
cute
than
he
their
is!
country cousins by 3.6%, possibly because shorter snouts with stronger bites are better at chewing through our trash, and that trash
No
might be how
way.
this all started.
No way, look at 'em all.
Isn't just brute force by humanity. The animal
How did all those raccoons get in that trash
that move
can?
was early wolves scavenging off human leftovers, a habit that favored less fearful, less aggressive wolves. Without their love affair of our food, we wouldn't have dogs, and arguably
Yeah,
no
I fuck
animal
with
loves our
raccoons,
trash more
yeah.
than a recycle ninja. The
Yeah.
shiesty cat is a survivalist on steroids who easily adjusted to life in the city, pivoting from foraging from 9 to 5 to dumpster dive, and leaving trees.
Every
for
time I
chimneys.
see him, I'm just like,
Raccoons
what's
have
up?
hands, free will,
What's
and
up?
the intellect to use both, which can lead to a sugar bandit
What's
hitting a
up?
lick on a donut shop and slipping away to do it again. That is, when they don't use the direct approach of just asking for it. Mind you, stealth eyes have great memory. So just bear
Oh
regular
my
for
god,
life.
look how
They'll take free
cute!
rides from anywhere, literally. There's more than one case of ring-tailed commuters taking trains, like when a raccoon hopped on a Toronto GO train headed halfway down Ontario.
Yeah, coyotes
Or when
take
another
the
friend
subway
hopped on a
here.
subway in Spadina Station. Raccoons aren't just built for the city, they're forged by it, and all our efforts to slow them down might have just made them smarter. Toronto spent $31 million on raccoon-proof green
No.
garbage bins in 2016.
God, look at
designed
that sad
specifically to keep the veiled
raccoon.
vermin from
No.
their trash. The raccoon spent a couple days in Falston
Look how
so
sad
if
he
you were caught making
is.
the bins, the 30 mil, and the city of Toronto look like a joke. Because nothing is truly raccoon-proof, and many believe that the harder people push to prove otherwise, the more they've accidentally buffed the brain
Look
of a
how
bin
smart he
In
is.
fact, many people
Oh
have
my
dubbed this
god,
excessively
look how
street
smart they are,
barbarian
dude.
as the Uber raccoon. So it would seem that like death, taxes, and The Simpsons getting another season, raccoons are inevitable. But before you start fantasizing about naming a litter merchant Rocket, you should probably know, what exactly is a raccoon? Let's take this ride one more time. With Order Carnivora, there's a team cat and a team dog. Team cat Feliform has, well, cats, wildcats, hyenas, the mongoose mafia, and a bunch of mammal castrol nature made out of spare parts like the binturong and the fusa. Team dog cat
Busa.
Formula has the canines,
Yo.
along with bears, pinnipeds, mustelid crash house like the honey badger, skunks, and of course, the raccoon. More specifically,
Oh, he's a
raccoon
dog guy,
family is
huh?
Procyon, and that family reunion has members
Yeah,
that you may not
he
have
looks
heard
like
of
a
before,
fucking
the
dog.
ringtail, actual name, the Kakamisle. Every time I see it, it feels like the first time. The Kinkajou, no, the Kinkajou, aka the honey bear, but by far my favorite raccoon cousin
honey bear?
is
Look at that
not a
guy.
walking dinosaur. That's just what happens when you put coatis in reverse. If you've been to
What?
Mexico, you've definitely seen at least one coatimundi, if not coatimany. And as someone who's been to Mexico, I can assure you that they'll steal your heart along with anything else left unsupervised. It's a habitual hog-nosed thief.
Wow, look at
Something
that
hopeful with
guy.
that. So
It's
obviously,
like a
when it comes to
platypus.
raccoons, it's just genetic. They can't help themselves. Raccoons were the only ones that were able to leave the trenches and make money moves in the city. But how? How did raccoons finesse the infrastructure so well that you honestly forget they're not supposed to be there?
Yeah,
You
we
know
can't even
raccoons
let
are
them have
smart.
our
Question is,
trash.
how
Yeah,
smart?
seriously.
Yes. A literal Robin Hood isn't just street smart. They sit at a
Why
table
does he
with some
want
of the
your
bravest
money,
animals
though?
of the world. In 1907, two psychologists tried to power scale the intelligence of the raccoon, and to do it,
1907?
Edward Thorndike's puzzle box. In this method, the subject would have to engineer an escape by opening a series of latches to see not only how fast they could accidentally find the answer, but how quickly they could purposely do it again. They both did the same experiment separately, and both came to the conclusion that not only did a bushy-tailed urbanite clear cats and dogs, the raccoon's performance put them right under monkeys. Raccoons are also one of the few animals that pass Aesop's test. In another experiment, 2 out of 8 raccoons were able to figure out that they could reach a marshmallow in a tube with water by dropping stones to raise the level high enough. A third one said, and just sat on the tube and rocked back and forth until it tipped over and the water and marshmallow spilled out, something a team of PhD students did not see coming. It was never
How did he not know that?
cognitively capable. Once upon a time in the 20th
How did they not know that? Of course the raccoon was going to do that. Of course the raccoon was going to do that, you fucking moron.
Raccoons breaking out of cages and escaping through vents.
Dude, have you ever seen a raccoon?
You couldn't tell who was studying who. A deliberate
They figure everything out.
history of bullshit. They got embarrassed by a dumpster puppy and refused to run it back. Honestly, raccoon intelligence comes down to 2 things. One is memory. Raccoons can remember solutions to problems they solved years ago and will just build on that knowledge. A different experiment involved 22 rats, 2 dogs,
And rats don't know shit.
and 5 human children, and this time they'd face 3 light bulbs, one of which would briefly turn on, and the subject would have to identify which one after a delay. At first, the raccoons didn't do too hot. They could pick the right light bulb after a 25-second delay, but the dogs could handle 5 minutes. But what was quickly realized was both the dogs and the rats could only remember which bulb if and only if they were facing the bulbs the entire time. As soon as they moved around and lost visual, they lost a challenge. But raccoons could pick the right light even after spending the delay moving around and being distracted. The only other subjects
Yeah, for 20 seconds, you dumbass.
Memory is important, but the second pillar of procyonic prowess is curiosity. It might have killed the cat, but La Poubelle Panda has been
Yeah, the curious little guys.
Other than crows, raccoons are the perfect city animal, and curiosity is one reason why. They're neophiles, meaning their first response to something they've never seen before is to figure it out. That's how they turn what Toronto media flex as the marvel of ergonomic design into a 7-figure waste of everyone's time. It's almost impossible to make something raccoon-proof, since there's an unsettling overlap between the smartest raccoon and the dumbest human. It doesn't help that a rubbish warrior has hands. Fun fact, the animal called washbeard
Rubbish
doesn't wash
warrior.
food. They actually wet their paws to enhance the nerves on their fingers, meaning raccoons can see what they're eating with their hands. Speaking of food, it helps that raccoons are omnivores.
Knock it 8 for 10 seconds.
They'll food tax your entire family.
Yeah, I guess long enough to keep running from a
They'll try
predator.
anything once, even if it means waking up
Mouse,
face down in a liquor store.
rat,
Well,
too dumb, they
raccoons
just
really eat
stand
off
there.
It's pretty privilege. Despite being much less of a disease risk, opossums don't get a fraction of the PR. And people who hate on coyotes but
Yeah, opossums are gross,
must not
though.
have the experience of waking up to a dismembered, disemboweled cat. In fact, intelligence in a face mask often makes you forget they're a predator tough enough to maul your family pet. And in the city, very few things
Oh,
can
wow.
return the favor, as urban raccoons have almost no predators. Except for maybe an otter. Not like I think otters actually
They
eat them.
attack dogs,
Because it
really?
does look very predatory. Other than Lila showing Rocket where everybody floats,
Oh,
raccoons are in that
man.
sweet spot where maybe the things that
Raccoon
would
predators?
are too
Oh,
big
no.
to really follow them into the city. Or at least if
They're
they
super
do, they
cute.
get all the smoke from humanity. Basically with raccoons, they're bigger than the cute animals, cuter than the big animals. But the last
Yeah,
piece is
it's
their
got
psychology.
potential.
Experiments show that the quieter, more docile raccoons were craftier.
I want to see more of those
and better at
raccoon
solving
fights.
puzzles than the aggressives. Ironically, bolder raccoons were less likely to take the time to see how a device works, meaning not only are calm raccoons superior students and problem solvers, but calmness is the trait that animals need to survive constantly being around humans. It's also the first step to domestication.
Oh
Which
no.
brings us back to
Dude,
the
I would
question,
have a pet
are raccoons
raccoon.
actually being domesticated?
Yeah,
It's common.
yeah,
Remember
yeah.
that it was wolves valuing our leftovers so much that it created selective pressure that favored less fearful, more people
Oh my god,
tolerant
let's have
wolves.
pet,
And
let's
after
have pet
several generations of
raccoons.
these docile
Dude,
wolves breeding, you eventually
they're
got
so
the breeding
cute.
blocks that would lead to Shih Tzus, Pekingese, and someone's arthritic, crusty-eyed,
Yeah.
semi-human Q-tip. You know, there was a period where every single girl I talked to had one of these. And
Coyotes are coming into the
but a lot of
city.
people say that the mass marauder is at the starting line of the same process, and that the snout study only proves it.
Raccoons do? They smell?
That study is very
Oh,
sus.
so, like a
For number of
like a
reasons.
fucking
They used
ferret.
images that were uploaded by
Ferrets
random
smell,
people
dude.
to iNaturalist, meaning I could have snapped a raccoon and thrown a pic up there, and they might have ended up in the study. And then to avoid, I guess, duplicates, they limited the image contribution to 1 picture per person, which cut the picture pool from over 100,000 to just under 20,000. But they also had no way of knowing multiple people didn't just clock the same raccoon. And then, out of the 19,495 pictures, they cut it down to 249, 38 rural raccoons, and 211 urban. I'm guessing they filtered out for the best quality images to measure, but I feel like you can't mess with the numbers that much without severely kneecapping your study. Especially since they say they pulled pictures from 2000 to 2024.
Oh, look at this guy.
They used the last 4 years due to a low number of rural data points. Basically, they're saying in 20 years they couldn't find enough country raccoons. That's I don't think. I don't know. Look, I'm not even gonna pretend like I'm the best at reading these studies or making sense of the numbers, so I'm actually gonna link this creator's video. She's an actual raccoon biologist. She's the only US citizen allowed to study the pygmy raccoon, and the creator of DashCon, which was some lore I was not expecting. But honestly, I'm not as worried about the numbers as I am the fact that the same study even admitted that raccoon snouts can be influenced by the climate, with them getting shorter as it gets warmer. And remember, I said domestication syndrome can come with shorter snouts, but also floppy ears, curly tails, etc. So they took one trait that arguably could be caused by the climate, and I also forgot the way they did it. Some of the rural raccoons were actually living
This
in
guy's
urban
pretty
areas.
smart.
Again, I'm gonna plug Nessie's video. I feel like she did a much better job at dissecting this study than me, but the more I looked at it, the more it looked like an undergrad statistics project than an actual raccoon study. Which it actually might be. Now let's get to the real reason I'm making this video. I know I just pissed off a
I thought that was the reason.
Raccoon reveille, but the thing is, I'm not saying raccoons
You,
aren't
what do you,
domesticating
dude? This
I'm also
doesn't
not
prove.
saying they are. Let me explain.
Like, it's been so short, you can't tell already in the.
That kind of needs us to survive. They can't live in the wild, or at least they're not supposed to. Habituation.
I don't think it would show up on a study like this at this point.
But they've adopted changes in behavior to take advantage of being around people.
Like, you narrowed it down to 200 pictures and compared those.
And
That's
habituation's what you see
fucking
with a
lame.
lot of these raccoons getting bolder around people, but they're not trying to become our pets. They're just trying to eat. Does that make sense? Like, you could argue habituation is the first step of domestication, but it doesn't guarantee domestication. A shot of jungle juice could be the first step to becoming an
Bro,
alcoholic,
it's
but one shot
definitely
does
going
not
to
an alcoholic
happen,
make.
though.
You can drink it without ending up in an AA meeting. And even if raccoons are on the road to domestication,
You know they are. Why are you
kids,
fighting
kids,
it?
kids, and even the
Bro.
spawn after that won't be alive to see it. And by that logic, raccoons wouldn't be the only ones. Plenty of animals have habituated to humans. Foxes in London have done infinitely better in cities than in the country, and some researchers even say that their snouts are also getting smaller, as rooting through trash has selected for shorter snouts with stronger bites to break through packages and bones. And black bears in places
Maybe
like
they just
Aspen,
want to bite you
Colorado,
better.
regularly commute from the woods into the city to scavenge trash at night, and they've also gotten really bold about it, even breaking into houses and raiding fridges. Elephants in Thailand have habituated to the point of running things like the mafia.
You
got
blurred out
elephants
the
stopping
AI
trucks on the
clip.
road just
That's
to steal
cool.
their sugarcane. But by far the best, or I guess worst example, is baboons in South Africa being so used to humans meaning an easy meal, now they expect it and will violently run your pockets. But no one's saying baboons, elephants, or especially bears are being domesticated, and black bears are just obese raccoons. I mean, some will claim that for foxes, but even if they are, nobody you know or will know will be alive to see it.
Black
And
bears
as
are
cities
just
continue to
obese
spread,
raccoons.
A lot of animals will have to adapt or die. And credit, raccoons adapted the hell out of their circumstances. Raccoons hack the city game, and there's nothing you can do to stop them. Toronto is considered the raccoon capital of the world, with up to 100,000 black-eyed bandits free roaming, which would technically make them the largest minority group in Toronto. And if the $30 million dud wasn't proof, these sticky-fingered city slickers are testing humanity in ways few other urbanites could. But at least raccoons make sense in North America. Somehow they've taken their act international to Germany. In 1934, raccoon fur farms were booming, and a local forestry chief released 2 pairs of wash bears to enrich the environment. The result was the raccoon population blew up. And not just them, because years later, a bomb obliterated a farm near Berlin, allowing 30 raccoons to escape, and today, there's an estimated 1 million rogues roaming the country. 1940s Germany yet still did not see that coming. But the most outrageous origin story is how they ended up in Japan. You see, after the 1977 Rascal the Raccoon anime, raccoons became all the rage. So much that Japan was importing over 1,000 a year to satisfy the demand for pets. And thanks to raccoons being some of the worst pets you can have, if they weren't released into the streets by owners, they escaped and invaded the cities anyway. If they could have just taken the time to finish the anime, they probably would have gained the insight that could have avoided all of this. Instead, Japan has been at war with an unknown number of raccoons who aren't just costing millions of dollars in damage
just
a year.
let 'em be.
They've done an absolute number on the already endangered Japanese salamander, while also
Oh my god,
severely
fuck you,
outcompeting a very
salamanders.
ironic-looking raccoon dog. They can't keep getting away with this. But it's not all good for the
raccoon dog?
Situation can be a
Yo.
problem for them too. As funny as a raccoon breaking into a liquor store and getting faded off the moonshine is, there are some unexpected consequences of them eating the same food as us. Like, did you know raccoons can get diabetes?
Look at this fat fuck. Oh,
They
wow.
found that the city variety had a blood glucose level more than double those in the country. Mom, I'm sorry, I know you don't like me cursing, but I cannot stress how badly you f***ed them over by feeding them. A mashed up chunk is real cute until you realize they're having the same issues with obesity, diabetes, and other health problems. And remember, Toronto already blew an NBA player's salary trying to stop it.
Spider legs, one of those raccoon dogs, and they got it to chase him. They need to bark him at. That sounds awesome. Maybe we should watch some stuff like that. That sounds fun.
But the worst thing an animal can do is what?
Yeah, we need more Animal Crank.
Because while the original raccoon might seem far from extinction, there's another raccoon on the brink that you may not have even heard of. Because there's actually 3 species of raccoon. You got the famous common raccoon, but also the crab-eating, or South American, because they don't even eat that much crab, but also the Cozumel, or pygmy raccoon. You remember how I said Nessie's the only US citizen that's authorized to study them? Well, she's seen firsthand what habituation, especially tourism, has done to them. Like, while I was sitting home working on this video, she had to deal with a couple Cozumels that died due to habituation, likely due to the malnutrition of eating tourist trash. It's said that there's only a couple hundred of these walking travel-sized trench coats left with, other than habitat loss, parasites and disease being some of the main reasons why. Reasons that definitely are not helped by being fed junk by tourists.
Flying raccoons are the real problem.
Most people don't even know they exist. Like, if you look up Mexican raccoon, Google will probably acknowledge the coati before the Cozumel. And it's getting to the point where if we don't lock in, like, now, the whole Cozumel raccoon community is gonna get canceled. That would really suck, because I literally just found out about them last year. So to make a long story short, raccoons aren't domesticating themselves, and if they are, it's no more than baboons, bears, or foxes, and if they are, it'll be many
Oh my god, it's so much more than those, dog. Come on.
And honestly, I don't think the scientists reporting on it were trying to be misleading, because again, it technically could be domesticated.
This is kind of like debunker shit, though, like for Animal World.
And then people saw that news and
this sounds like debunker shit.
in pet stores in their lifetime, and that's not the case. And you don't want it to be. I'm not kidding.
You know, it's like Animal Crank people are like, oh, it's happening, dude. The fucking raccoons are gonna become pets. Oh, they're gonna take over the human world. They're gonna live in our ruin.
I can show you a graveyard full of raccoons that started as pets. And hot take,
Shit like
all
that.
exotic pets are bad.
And then this guy's like, oh, no exotic pets.
Like, who's ever been punked by a possum? And skunks are a low-key sleeper pick. Like, I'm not kidding. They might get a video.
No exotic pets, guy? Come on.
Bringing raccoons into our house, we should probably try to save them while
Not
they're
that,
still
but
out.
come on.
And
Is it really that big of a deal?
Shout out to Nessie for helping me with this video while fighting the good fight. She's currently
Like, and
in an
then,
undisclosed
you
location
know,
in
we're
Cozumel,
talking like
trying
numbers
to save
here.
the pygmy population. I'm gonna put all her stuff in the description. Also, shout out to Newsflare. A lot of the clips used in this video are licensed through them, so yeah, definitely recommend for finding clips for your projects.
Raccoon in the sky for our love.
Like, don't think of me as a teacher, more like a student sharing his work with the class. And if you disagree with me, I have no problem with healthy discourse in my comments. In fact, I actively encourage it.
That's where I want to be in 100 years.
You know what I mean. Drink water, hug your mother. Stop feeding! Is this on? Hold on, let me just... Please stop feeding raccoons. They don't need the help, and your help's not helping. Tell a friend about the Cozumel. They really need the PR.
Come
Say what's up to your
on.
pops, and I'm gonna see y'all in the next one.
Like you just said, like, oh, we're not changing them. You know, no big deal. But also, stop feeding them because you're going to change them. You know, I can't, you can't say that in chat. Yeah. I have to go. I can't, I have a meeting in a couple hours.
Every history textbook agrees. Civilization began around 6,000 years ago. But in southeastern Turkey, archaeologists have uncovered something astonishing. A vast network of enormous stone temples built 12,000 years ago, twice as old as the traditional date. And yet still, they refuse to call it a civilization. So is the old story that farming came first, then cities, writing, religion, and monumental architecture starting to crumble? Because by almost every definition we use, Tashtapela is a civilization, and I'm going to show you why. Hi guys, welcome back. If you're new here,
my
my name is
God.
Michael. I have a degree in ancient history, and on this
And
channel,
I
we
suck
discuss
at-
the unexplainable mysteries of our past. Let's get into it.
I'd rather watch the Kamikaze Dolphins guy. I can't. I have to go. Here. Oh my god. I forgot about the mystery history video. Okay. Maybe I should rate somebody new. Fucking kid last night, dude. Some bad takes. Yeah. I don't know any of these people. Yeah, that kid last night, he was like saying fucking, like, you know, repeating like empire propaganda about Iran and China, and then when we called him on it, he was like on some like, oh, it's like white supremacy. It's like wild, like it's really weird. Police chase network. I don't know if anybody was there for that. Yeah. I don't even know what he was on, and he said some wild shit. He was like, "Oh, you fucking the Chinese won't accept you." It was like, what? What are you talking about? Like, it's so weird. He sounded so goofy. Like, like I'm not gonna fight with him about this bullshit, but like, yeah. It's like, oh, China's an empire, and we're like, I mean, not really. It's like, he was like quoting, like, you know, like citing Marx as like white supremacy. And it's like, so if you're doing some sort of like standpoint thing, it's like you're asking us inevitably to like pit one group of like marginalized people versus another group like of oppressed peoples, right? Like it's ridiculous to try to say that that's like to hide behind something like that. And it's like, dude, don't repeat imperial propaganda, you know, in the middle of this genocidal onslaught, right? Like, why would you do that? Don't hide behind that. You know, that's really fucking gross. I don't know. I mean, all these channels look the same. No, he was doing it like Libby, yeah, like it was like 2018, like, you know, Hillary Clinton style lib shit. Oh, Silver Spook is still on. Look at that. Damn. Oh, it's not. Where are they? This sounds like the demo they made in between Bleach and Nevermind. But they got their they used to sign their deal. We can read this kid. I like this guy. Are they on? I thought they weren't. Then they might have. Did they just sign off? He's like, you need to listen to the voices of oppressed peoples. Namely me, the guy who obviously hasn't read Marx. I'm the guy. I'm the one guy you need to listen to. I think they must have just ended. Here, I'll read this guy. Cool. Kinda accepted him. Yeah. Yeah. What does that mean? What does that mean? Like, they're gonna, like, round me up? Like, oh, you whites must go. Like, what are you talking about? You're not Chinese enough. Alright. Fucking sucks. This fucking principal. Oh, dude. The fucking principal. I'm gonna have to get into it with him. I don't want to do it, but... Fuck. He's gonna be whining about his scores. And like, oh, you gotta fucking change the score. And I'll be like, oh, I don't know about that, man. Basically how it's gonna go down. He's like, oh, you need to give me a better grade than I earned. No.